Buenos días. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana, una mejor mañana que la bolsa. Nada mal, ¿eh? Me está gustando lo que estamos viendo, ¿no? Y ahorita les voy a contar exactamente el por qué. Feliz viernes a todos ustedes. Vamos a ver la final del Mundial este fin de semana y ahora sí que, ¿qué vamos a hacer por el resto de nuestra vida hasta que no pase otro Mundial, ¿no? Es lo que me pregunta mi vieja todos los días. Le digo, güey, perdóname, pero yo todavía tengo Fórmula Uno, aunque vamos a ir justamente al receso de verano. Así que en realidad no tengo nada más que ofrecer, como siempre, ¿no? Pero hoy, 8 de la mañana, damas y caballeros, Trump, Putin, Putin, Trump, Trump, Putin, China, China, Putin, Trump, Trump, Putin, todo lo que está pasando en este momento, impresionante. El día de ayer, el presidente Donald Trump le dijo a todo el mundo, esos chinos de mierda están atacando las elecciones y ellos trabajaron con los demócratas para ganar las elecciones del 2020 y ganarle al gran presidente Donald Trump, que ha sido el mejor presidente que ha vivido en toda la historia y nada más la historia de toda la vida. Así que, como pueden ver, eso es un reporte tal cual, dicho y hecho por Donald Trump. No crean que fui yo el que lo hizo. Pero sí, efectivamente, salió Donald Trump ayer a mamar que China tuvo algo que ver con las elecciones y esto genera un sentimiento negativo. Esto es lo que quiero que empecemos a ver, ¿no? Porque lo que viene para todos los que se estén preguntando por qué Trump está atacando a China, lo que viene es una oportunidad de compra en la bolsa. Lo que están haciendo efectivamente es espantarte. ¿Ok? Esa es la idea, de que empieces a formular estas ideas de algo, van a anunciar una guerra con China o algo así. No, esa es la idea. Tienen que entender que China es nuestro gran aliado. China, China, China es nuestro gran aliado, lo queremos mucho, le llevamos a todos los billonarios para que platiquen con ellos en esta gran competencia de inteligencia artificial, pero aquí están los billonarios, platican con los billonarios, sea amigos de ellos, dales dinero, yo te doy dinero, tú me das dinero, yo te la chupo y tú me la chupas. Todo el día. No sé si lo ha notado, pero no importa quién esté de presidente en Estados Unidos, sea un demócrata o Donald Trump, China efectivamente tiene estas juntas, sea con el presidente Xi Jinping y además todos nuestros líderes en las empresas más grandes de Estados Unidos que valen más que toda la economía global juntas, ¿no? Básicamente. Y esto es lo que pasó, que fue el 2022-2023, cuando Gavin Newsom, nuestro gran gobernador de California, un héroe en verdad, un verdadero héroe que ha destruido todo, digo, que ha mejorado todo California. Ahora tenemos la aventura de poder sobrevivir en la calle, porque lo que nos está haciendo Gavin Newsom, el gobernador de California, es haciéndonos más fuertes en California, por si no lo saben. Sales a la calle y pues te pueden apuñalar en cualquier momento que no lo esperes, te quitan tu reloj. Es para que estés a las vivas. Gavin Newsom no lo hizo solamente para destruir California, lo hizo para que estemos a las vivas. Y ahora tenemos que agradecerle el día de hoy, gran viernes, viernes de Gavin Newsom, a Gavin Newsom por el gran trabajo que ha hecho en hacer eso, desaparecer a la policía, para que nosotros nos aprendamos a defender personalmente de todas las cosas que nos pudieran pasar. Así que tenemos que agradecerle y rezarle a nuestro héroe Gavin Newsom aquí en California por todo lo que ha hecho por nosotros. Que Dios lo bendiga. Que Dios... pero en serio, cuando vino el presidente Xi, Gavin Newsom fue el anfitrión en San Francisco, no fue Joe Biden, porque no sé si se acuerdan que Joe Biden no sabía en dónde puta madre se estaba parado o qué es Joe Biden. Entonces, Gavin Newsom fue el gran anfitrión de nuestro presidente favorito, Xi Jinping, aquí en California, y nos divertimos mucho con él. Le enseñamos todo lo que íbamos a hacer con inteligencia artificial, todo, absolutamente todo, porque estamos en una guerra muy grande contra ellos. Entonces, lo trajimos a ver a Gavin Newsom en lo que Biden estaba de presidente, y ahora Donald Trump se encargó de llevar a Elon Musk, a Larry Ellison, el dueño de Oracle, a todos estos güeyes que siempre, ¿no? A Jensen Huang, el de Nvidia, todos ellos. Entonces, como pueden ver, todo esto es un gran teatro, damas y caballeros, pero ahora tengo que ponerle una queja a la simulación, ¿no? Al sueño, a la simulación, como le queramos decir. Tienes que sacarte nuevas ideas. Esto ya está muy pendejo, ¿no? Esto ya está demasiado pendejo, güey. ¿Cuántas veces puedes hacer la misma mamada, no? Y salirte con la tuya, güey. No chingues. La razón por la que están poniendo esto en este momento es verano, la gente está afuera, no está poniendo mucha atención y entonces vienen encabezados grandes de grandes caídas que se vienen, ¿no? de lo fuerte que está cayendo todo y que pues todo el mundo se va a ir al infierno y esto es el final de todo, el final de absolutamente todo, cuando los índices siguen hasta arriba en el tope, corrigiendo 2, 3% y eso, y ya todo el mundo, pues ya, esta es la gran recesión, va a venir el gran desplome de la bolsa y todo esto, cuando en realidad todo funciona y sigue igual. Lo que vas a querer hacer aquí es encontrar las cosas en las que quieres invertir, buscar tus niveles, promediar bien, porque va a haber un rally de aquí a las elecciones y de las elecciones lo van a volver a tirar todo con lo que te están plantando ahorita. Esto es cómo funciona este pedo, ¿ok? Y lo que están haciendo con la historia de China es poniéndote la zanahoria para adelante. Para cuando te digan después de las elecciones que China hizo algo terrible, algo inimaginable, algo que nosotros no podríamos nunca respetar y que viola todos nuestros derechos humanos. Cuando digan todo eso, van a poder volver a tirar la bolsa y decirte esto. Una cosa que está bastante divertida es que están ahora dando el Clarity Act, ¿no? La claridad que te habían vendido antes, la señora esta que habla como hombre. Te lo están dando. Ya, perdón. Es muy temprano. ¿Qué quieren que haga? No, me acabo de despertar, tengo todo. Bueno, en realidad no. Ya llevo un rato despierto. Vi Fórmula 1, las prácticas. No sé si las vieron ustedes. Mercedes de la verga hasta ahorita, ¿eh? Pero no estoy nervioso. Tú estás nervioso. Algo que estoy viendo con el Clarity Act es ahorita todos ustedes les están señalando que, güey, no van a pasar el Clarity Act, Donald Trump y el Congreso están peleando y por eso está bajando cripto. Quiero que recuerden esto. Malas noticias en algo es para sacarte. Y te voy a enseñar el por qué. Te lo voy a enseñar rápido aquí, en putiza. Porque no sé si recuerden pues esta semana, ¿no? El miércoles que hice el en vivo, esto pasó el martes, si no estoy mal. Esto es lo que les quiero compartir. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó? ¿Se acuerdan de Lucid? Que le dijeron que iba a ir a la bancarrota. Esto es lo que, como se ve un fondo. Aquí, a toda la gente que no tenía convicción en lo que estaba invirtiendo, la sacaron. A todo aquel que de verdad se creyó la historia tan pendeja de que te van a dar malas noticias y te van a decir, güey, ojo, ojo. Lo que hicieron fue lo sacaron y esto desde el fondo, porque ahora lo más chingón de todo esto es que no dejaron a nadie comprar más que a los insiders, por supuesto. Pero desde el fondo esto ha subido solamente 200%, solamente ha hecho un 2X en 3 días. Algo tranquilo, algo normal, ¿no? Para todo el mundo. Y ahora el gráfico, si nos ponemos a estudiar tantito un gráfico, tienes en la semanal, tíos, la divergencia alcista más potente que has visto en tu puta vida, junto con en la de 2 semanas, que ahorita ya tal cual donde está el precio, lo único que tienen que hacer es cerrar por ahí y está confirmadas estas divergencias alcistas para que Lucid explote a la alza después de toda esta gran manipulación que ha sufrido. Y esto es lo que hacen con toda la bolsa. ¿Qué es lo que están buscando hacer ahorita con la idea de que te den más malas noticias en lo que los precios caen? Hacerte lo que le hicieron a los pobres pendejos que invirtieron en Lucid, que no tenían convicción alguna, y sacarlos. No caigas en esto, tío. Despierta. Despierta. La bolsa va a recuperarse. No te dan malas noticias, ¿no? Cuando está cayendo. Solamente repitiéndolo. Cuando cripto nos dijo en octubre 10 del 2025, cayó como 1000% todo. Güey, no puede caer tanto. Cállate. No me estés corrigiendo, güey. No, apenas si pasé la escuela. Apenas si pasé la secundaria. Así que tranquilo. No me vengas a corregir a mi canal de YouTube que abrí gratuitamente. Definitivamente ya me volví loco. ¿Ven? Por no fumar marihuana y hacer drogas, lo que pasa. Esto es lo que pasa. Esto es lo que pasa cuando no haces cosas malas, niños. Te vuelves loco. Literalmente, perdí mi tren del razonamiento. Y eso que había dicho, güey, desde la que no fumo marihuana, no pierdo lo que estaba diciendo. ¿Qué vergas estaba diciendo? Estaba platicando de la caída de, ahí está, para que vean, sí me acuerdo, todavía. De la caída de octubre en cripto, la grande, ¿no? Después, esto siempre te lo hace. Por cierto, la belleza de cripto, de invertir en cosas de cripto, es que es idéntico todo el pedo una y otra vez. En el 2022, 2021, cuando cripto había llegado a 69, cuando Bitcoin había llegado a 69,000 y todos los Bitcoins estaban bien asoleados, habían comido súper bien, habían chupado un chingo de tetas y todas esas cosas que hacen los Bitcoiners, como siempre, y Bitcoin estaba en 69,000, me acuerdo perfectamente que Bitcoin cayó así como de putazo a 46, 42. Y eso fue como 2 días antes o después de mi cumpleaños, por eso me acuerdo, porque tuve una cena, más o menos por ahí. No sé por qué estoy haciendo esto. Y cuando cae, sale el héroe de todo el mundo, por supuesto, el presidente de la libertad, definitivamente, que odia a Estados Unidos, viene y habla mal de Estados Unidos en frente de toda la gente de la que está hablando mal, y lo siguen invitando y van a su país a verlo todo el tiempo. El gran Nayib Bukele, damas y caballeros, que tiene todas las alianzas ahora con Google y con todos estos centros de datos y creando el estándar perfecto para poder meter a toda la gente en la cárcel cuando llegue el momento correcto. Nayib Bukele, damas y caballeros, fue y compró el dip. Me acuerdo perfectamente. No hubo noticias malas, no pasó nada, nadie dijo nada. Simplemente sale Nayib Bukele como Dios. Compra el dip y yo de pendejo. ¡Ay, güey, qué ves! ¡Compra el dip, güey! ¿No? Sí, es que, güey, juégamela una vez. Solamente me la vas a poder jugar una vez, güey. La segunda no voy a caer. Perdón, no soy un gran pendejo. Soy un mega pendejo, pero no un mega super gran pendejo. Vale la pena aclararlo, sobre todo el día de hoy, después de ver la guerra que tenemos con China, donde somos los amigos más amigosos de todos. Entonces, cuando caen fuerte estas cosas, ¿no? Que tienes un flash crash y después vuelve a subir, lo hacen a propósito. Lo hacen y no te sueltan noticias malas, solamente te dicen que compres el dip para condicionarte mentalmente a que estas son oportunidades de compra y vuelve a subir el precio, hijo de puta, no a nuevos máximos históricos, pero muy cerca, y lo mismo hizo en octubre 10 del año pasado. Cuando cae el precio y te quieren espantar, como por ejemplo Bitcoin llegó a $60,000, cuando te dijeron que iban a bombardear nuclearmente a esos pinches iraníes, hijos de su puta madre en su país, amenazando nuestra libertad desde su pinche país de mierda de este tamaño. ¿Cómo se atreven? Es que ¿cómo se atreven esos iraníes? Entonces Donald Trump salió a decirle a todo el mundo, voy a desaparecer a Irán del mapa. Y ahí es cuando ves que todo el mundo sale a llorar. No, es que ¿cómo vamos a desaparecer a los iraníes? Son gente tan bonita. Pero todo el mundo quejándose de cómo huelen cuando manejan un Uber, ¿no? Por todos los perfumes que se ponen. ¿Qué pedo con este show? Se está convirtiendo en otra cosa. Pero sí, efectivamente, Donald Trump te dijo que iba a bombardear y todo el mundo se indignó. Cuando ves indignación de malas noticias, de una guerra o algo que está pasando, ¿no? De que, no sé, pero en este ejemplo tengo la guerra. Voy a usar la guerra. Llegamos a 60,000, fue el fondo de Bitcoin, pudiste haberlo comprado y te pudiste haber llevado un pompazo hasta los 82 cuando te daban buenas noticias de que iba a continuar subiendo porque iba a pasar el Clarity Act, un acto muy importante para todos nosotros. Y justamente cuando pasó, que cualquier pinche ciego tuerto lo hubiera podido ver pasar, ¡pum! Cripto va y va a ser un nuevo fondo. Y en este nuevo fondo, una vez más, no te lo dejaron comprar. Por eso digo, ahorita para mí es difícil que crea que vayamos a caer instantáneamente y no tengamos ese rally que hemos visto el verano del 2022 y el rally del 2018, los dos rallies tan famosos que han ocurrido en cripto. Esto... La razón por qué es porque cuando cayó, hicimos un nuevo mínimo en cripto. Después de esos terribles $60,000, caímos a unos terribles $57,000. Y cuando caímos en Bitcoin en $57,000, salieron a decirte que Michael Saylor era un pendejo. Y todo el mundo, güey, Michael Saylor va a quebrar, se indignan. Es que los Bitcoiners, ¿no? Los Bitcoiners dejan de chupar tetas por un segundo, dejan de comer bien, dejan de asolearse. entran a su casa a poner un tweet y ese tweet es que debemos eliminar a Michael Saylor, es un peligro para nuestra comunidad. Pero ahí están los pendejos aplaudiendo, el chupando tetas y asoleándose, en lo que Michael Saylor está comprando todos los niveles del tope en cada movimiento al tope, ¿no? Es una joya este pedo. Pero la gente más inteligente del planeta, los Bitcoiners, se dieron cuenta en ese momento, cuando llegamos a los 57, de que Michael Saylor era una amenaza para el sistema de Bitcoin. Y ahí es cuando dices, güey, aquí hay indignación una vez más, hay malas noticias, hay una zanahoria puesta para adelante, que es la quiebra de MicroStrategy, que me han jugado a esta con la quiebra de GBTC, con la quiebra de tu puta madre. Y entonces ahorita lo que están haciendo, mis estimados, con estas amenazas de por qué Trump ataca a China y Trump se les va a poner al pedo y los va a matar a todos, pinches chinos de mierda. Quiero que, si no es claro esto, no es lo que yo pienso de los chinos. Aunque los chinos son unos tramposos hijos de puta, si vas a hacer negocios con ellos, definitivamente. Eso no tiene nada de malo, no es un estereotipo, lo he vivido. Me quitaron un negocio en una mina gigantesca. Estos chinos, que eran hasta amigos míos, así es, fueron exiliados porque fueron... literalmente fueron exiliados de China por rateros, y ahí va el pendejo de tu tío Salo, ¿no? A asociarse con ellos en un puto mega negocio y me chingaron. ¿Quién la iba a ver? Oye, ¿quién la iba a ver venir? Pero no es racista en contra de ellos, solamente te estoy diciendo, como Donald Trump lo hablaría, es una exageración. Y pues en todo esto que te estoy diciendo, lo que están preparando en este momento es la idea para adelante, ponerte una zanahoria de que esta bolsa va a continuar cayendo y va a ser la caída de toda tu puta historia y nos vamos a la gran recesión, porque están sacando datos ahorita, tus cuentas paqueras favoritas. No lo ves, porque es como una venidita en tu cara por aquí y por acá, pero no es completa, es nada más como te pega en el ojo algo y dices, ¿qué fue eso? ¿No? Pero se le están jalando en tu cara, no te das cuenta porque es poquito a poquito y te dicen, el negocio de los bienes raíces está yendo a la mierda. Y luego te dicen, nadie puede encontrar trabajo, es como el 2008. Y luego te dicen, todo el mundo va a quedarse en casa a trabajar por el resto de su vida porque no les alcanza para nada más. Y todo el mundo te dice, la gasolina va a subir de precio otra vez. Y te dicen todas estas cosas otra vez ahorita, ¿no? Todas estas chaquetas que te están aventando en los ojos para que digas, güey, esto se va a ir a la verga, güey. Ve lo inteligente que soy, yo soy Bitcoiner. Probablemente no debe comprar este dip porque ya fue el tope de la inteligencia artificial. Me lo han dicho todos. Es el tope de la burbuja de inteligencia artificial. Esta vez la humanidad se volvió tan inteligente de la noche a la mañana que se dio cuenta todo al mismo tiempo que la inteligencia artificial es totalmente una burbuja y esto nunca va a salir adelante. Y nunca les va a pagar los retornos que querían. Y China está haciendo modelos muy baratos. Y es lo que básicamente están diciendo todos en este momento. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que pasa? Todo el mundo está distraído. Lo único que escuchan son las malas noticias. Lo único que ven son precios bajando. ¿Y qué es lo que hace la gente? Se apanica y vende, cabrón, cuando debería estar comprando. Si tú ves una bajada grande y no hay noticias, preocúpate. Preocúpate, cabrón. Lo que sí, y te voy a decir esto, lo bueno de estos momentos, de cuando hacen ese tipo de gatadas, el precio regresa muy cerca de máximos. Ahora sí, es de gente pituda, huevuda, grandes ovarios y tetas deliciosas. No sé cómo decir, es que no sé cómo es una mujer que es huevuda, ¿no? No, es pues, ovarioda, ovariana. Por eso le cago a las mujeres, ¿ok? Por esto. Y a la gran mayoría de los hombres también, pero sobre todo a las mujeres. Dios mío. Dios mío, es viernes, déjenme ya irme. Ya me voy a ir. Ya ahorita vamos al análisis de los Bitcoin y a regalar esos $3,000 que siempre regalamos en cada stream con Bitunix. Pero solamente para acabar, si llegaras a ver ese tipo de acción, fuera de pedo, este es un consejo ya para después a fin de año cuando ocurra esto. Cuando veas que la bolsa cae, ¡puf!, nadie dice nada. Nadie. Y todo el mundo compra el dip. Ahí es donde te sales. Ahí es donde dices, gracias por todo, ingenieros. Se quedan ustedes con la bolsa, yo me voy a ir a chingar a mi madre, voy a apagar la computadora y ustedes disfruten la caída que les va a durar un año. Pero si cae la bolsa en lo que te están dando malas noticias y te están diciendo que la burbuja y que la verga, es una oportunidad de compra, señores. Esta es una oportunidad de compra. Pero ya la tengo que comprar, Alejandro. Por eso tienes que saber analizar tus putas tablas, hijo. Por eso, justamente por eso. Y aquí, solamente un poco de prueba de lo que les había dicho de Lucid, mis hermanos. Caigan en el Discord. Aquí es completamente gratis, por cierto. Les tengo mi apartado donde les cuento, güey, perdón, me fui a caminar y llegando vi todos los mensajes de pánico que me han mandado, pero Lucy está regresando a niveles normales otra vez. No pude comprar más, pero tampoco vendí ni voy a vender, ¿no? Sé que en noticias así todo el mundo pierde la cabeza y por eso siempre digo que hay que tener convicción en lo que invierten, que es correcto. No vendí ni pienso vender, sigo con la misma idea. Para mí es todo o nada esta apuesta y es la apuesta más pequeña en mi portafolio. Y hasta me dieron banderitas judías para que vean, ¿eh? Para que vean lo pinche informado y adenerado. Pero es cierto, Luz está teniendo una mega recuperación, fue básicamente la sacada. Y ese es el pedo. Por eso les digo, no inviertas en lo que yo estoy invirtiendo, no copies lo que yo estoy haciendo. No, a fin de cuentas, yo solamente soy un idiota que vive en Internet, que tal vez ni siquiera sabes que es real. Tal vez soy una inteligencia artificial muy pendeja. Entonces no sería inteligente. Sería una pendejez artificial. Soy una pendejez artificial. Entonces no quieres solamente copiarme. ¿Por qué? Porque llegan momentos como, ¿tú crees? Todo el mundo cree que comprar el fondo es súper fácil, ¿no? De algo. No, hombre, es que compré el fondo, brother. Es así como pasa. Y no me puse nervioso ninguna sola vez. Ocurren todas estas mamadas todo el tiempo. Todo el puto tiempo. Así que atentos a ello, cabrones. ¿Ok? Aquí tienen mi plan de Bitcoin. Se los he contado también para que lo puedan ver, rever y venir a burlarse de mí después, porque recuerden, soy una pendejez artificial. Pero también en nuestro Discord, todos los menús están del lado izquierdo, por si no lo han notado. Tienen aquí todos los análisis del buen Alex. Este bot que creó está rompiendo la madre, en Bitunix. Les voy a dejar el cómo usarlo para el lunes. Lo van a tener ya, para que lo tengan ahí. Pero aquí anda Alex mandando todos los trades, les mandó el corto, ha estado bueno. Y ahora dice, nos perdemos los 62,200 y nos vamos a 49,000. Y acá Farhan les dijo el día de ayer que había una confirmación de divergencia bajista y le tiraron el payaso. Cuando les dijimos acá, güey, tienes que retestear la zona de breakout. Para mí personalmente, sigo sin ver grandes cosas, personalmente creo que después de este dump sí vas a tener el pump, definitivamente. ¿Por qué? Porque hay malas noticias en Bitcoin. Te están diciendo que no pasaron el Clarity Act y todas estas pendejadas. Entonces tengo yo que moverme así. Pero ahorita lo vamos a analizar de acuerdo a lo que queremos. Y si quieres aprender a invertir para poder encontrar todos estos pinches niveles en todas estas tablas donde quieres meterte tú, porque tú sabes en qué empresas confías, ¿no? Y tienes que confiar. Como Noticias Telemundo, confíe. Lo siento, tenía que hacer uno de los últimos anuncios que voy a hacer de Noticias Telemundo. Nosotros investigamos, analizamos, damos las mejores noticias que existen en el mundo. Confíe. No confíen en Noticias Telemundo. Cualquier persona que te dice que confíes en ellos, instantáneamente tienes que entender que es lo contrario. Cuando alguien me escribe, yo soy un hombre de confianza, Alejandro, es instantáneamente sé que me quieres, o sea, que es completamente una estafa. No, es instantáneamente. Cuando alguien veo que quiere ganarse mi confianza, es No. Entonces no confíen en Noticias Telemundo. No sé por qué me salí de eso. Pero si quieren aprender a encontrar estos nivelillos ricos, tranquilos, no quiero que se hagan traders. Quiero que aprendan a leer un pinche gráfico de mierda. No es cierto. Y acá en Productos, mis hermanos, tenemos un curso que se llama De Cero a Trader. Y en este curso es para principiantes, para gente que nunca ha visto una puta tabla y no entiende ni madres de lo que está viendo. Esto te va a enseñar eso, desde el principio hasta qué página tienes que meterte, qué servicio vas a usar para poder analizar estas tablas, etcétera, con los URLs y todo para que vayas a estas páginas y puedas analizar tus tablas, encontrar tus niveles de soporte importantes, que si entiendes un poco de análisis técnico es lo que estoy buscando. Y esto te va a enseñar todo eso. En 1 hora 40 minutos lo tenemos en inglés y en español. Si lo compras si lo compras por $29.99 te da las dos versiones dependiendo de la que tengas en tu browser. Lo único que tienes que hacer es loguearte al sitio y verlo ahí. 1 hora 40 minutos. Velo un par de veces. Y lo que yo recomiendo para que aprendan bien es vean el curso, vengan aquí de la forma más barata porque esto es gratis, a estos en vivos, que son 3 veces a la semana. Vean de lo que se platica, vean cómo estamos viendo niveles, cómo analizamos cómo va una tabla, etcétera. Y de ahí, si tienes preguntas, pues ven a preguntar. También tenemos acá las sesiones de trading en vivo. Son 3 por semana, como ustedes lo están viendo, pero aquí la gente puede preguntar, oye Alejandro, ¿debería de invertir en Lucid o cualquier otra cosa? Tenemos mínimo de 4 horas por sesión, tristemente, como lo pueden ver ahorita. Y también tienen 2 clases al mes. Entonces, esta semana no, pero no tuvimos, pero la próxima semana vamos a tener clase con ustedes, solamente con la gente que está aquí en privado, para contestar todas sus preguntas de que vi el curso, vi todos estos en vivos, pero no entiendo por qué vergas hiciste esto. Además, hay más de 150 horas de clases ahí que pueden ustedes ver solamente si tienen esta membresía. Tienes el curso gratis y también tienes otros videos que explican volatilidad, cómo apalancarte, etcétera. Tenemos alertas de trading, pero si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, no las uses. No importa que digan qué es lo que tienes que hacer, créeme que te vas a confundir, créeme. Y te juro por mi vida, $29 dividido entre 3 no me vas a cambiar la vida. Y de ahí, para toda mi gente más avanzada, métanse en Tutos y les vamos a dejar cómo tradear en Bitunix, que es un exchange de futuros. Una vez que usas esto, sabes usar todos los exchanges de futuros. Para poder participar en el giveaway de los $3,000 que hacemos cada sesión que hacemos de esta, tienes que registrarte solamente con nuestro enlace aquí abajo, ¿ok? Para que quede claro, en Bitunix, aquí tienes un video completamente gratis de 11 minutos que te enseña cómo usar un exchange de futuros, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un long, cómo mandar tu dinero, cómo sacarlo, todas estas cosas, ¿no? Cómo poner un stop loss, todas estas chingaderas que tienes que saber. Y aquí, sencillo, 11 minutitos, lo ves, sabes cómo usar un exchange de futuros y puedes usar ya de aquí cualquier exchange de futuros que quieras, cualquiera. No te tienes que quedar acá para nada. Pero sin más ni más, damas y caballeros, tengo aquí a Alex y a Farhan. Vamos a darle para adelante y vamos a ver los precios del Bitcoin chino, esos chinos de mierda. Good morning, boys.
Yo. Morning.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
It's another end of the week. We kind of just blinked our eyes and this week was over.
Somehow.
Nope, this week lasted forever, dude. I can finally say it's fucking Friday. To me, it's been like, I feel like a year has passed since Monday.
Wow.
Really? For me, it was like a flash.
June, July has just been so quick. Blink, and it's just like now middle of July. Pretty insane. Thank God, though.
I'm tired. The entire year has been going super fast.
Yeah, honestly. Crazy. We're already over 6 months into 2026 and almost a year in this bear market, which is, I don't know where that year went. Yeah, honestly.
Almost there.
I'm going to be 30 years old next week.
You fucking old fuck. Get the fuck out of here. You're like an old soccer player. Get out of here. I know what you're thinking, but you're way older than me. Shut the fuck up.
Time to retire.
Dude, it's so depressing watching sports. And they're like, oh, he's already 33. He must be like thinking about his fucking death, basically. And meanwhile, I'm there with my 41 years old watching it, thinking, wow, I should probably go die right now in an alley.
Just shrivel up, die, right into like a Chicago alley, very dark, quiet.
Exactly. What do you got for us, Alex?
Yeah, so we are getting that move down. I remember, I mean, this was, in my opinion, not too hard to understand. 65K was resistance, but Bitcoin made it a little hard for people to position right here. I'll be a little frank. It was a little like Chop City the last 2.5 days. If you were watching the charts very closely, you made a nice engulfing candle. Well, not engulfing, but nice major green dildo up. Would have been engulfing if you took this wick low out. And then this is where price started to fizzle out, specifically on that 4 hour. You did start to see price, at least flirt with 65K a little bit. I'll actually go to that 4 hour now so we can kind of get, reference of what I'm mentioning here. Notice how the 4 hour was holding support in that 64,300 region. It was interesting. It was like we're within a range on like a daily, weekly, but we're in a mini range here. And you notice here you did tap 65K quite a few times. I mean, here this went up to 64,900 before getting the pullback. Look at that perfect throwback to 64.3, a nice major green dildo up. 65K officially gets hit. This is when CT starts celebrating 65K Bitcoin. We go back down. Notice that you're kind of in this little consolidation now, something we identified on stream. unable to lose that 64,300, specifically July 14th low. That causes price to go up a little bit. Notice how it takes all stop losses out here. So again, 4 hours still in an uptrend doing its thing. And this is actually something to mentally note. If you were trading here, something I'm mentally noting as well. And this is something I have noted before. Often when you get like a trend shift is the easiest time to start actually shorting Bitcoin. Because notice here, this shifted into a higher low. All shorts in this region got out, and this actually 4-hour top candle was more of like a trap. You then made that last leg up. Bitcoin squeezed up to 65.5, which is, in my opinion, relevant on the monthly. And here you had the 65K deviation. So notice here that the 4-hour was chopping you out if you were aggressively trying to scale shorts immediately at 65K. But actually over time, once you made this major move up, and notice how it always goes like that, right? You always make that last leg up. This is the most aggressive, the 1.72% green dildo. Everyone on a 30x or higher, I believe, is completely out on Bitcoin shorts. And most are actually calling for, a little higher, rightfully so, because you're breaking 65K. But this is why then if you shift to the daily, we were very focused actually on 65K. 65,000 on the daily was a major spot on Bitcoin. And that's the spot where we're not allowed to become bullish unless you get reclaims. Here, we did see the rejection before Bitcoin made new lows. So we know 65K is solid resistance. Here was the last capitulation. And that moment was the new low. We went up, then we made another low, remember, off that 65K deviation. And so rallying back up to it was very important and a little predatory. Why? Because we already rallied up to 65K in June. Late June, you rallied into it. You rejected, you made new lows. And then what happened? Actually, into July, you immediately started to rally back up again. This was very important, what I just mentioned on the monthly. If you're trying to short immediately 65K, you were just playing on just a monthly, actually retest of 65. I'll show that right now. We'll take that off to get my drawings. We'll actually do this. I'll hide all. You see that monthly there. And let's actually really focus on what occurred in August 2024. Because remember, that was a big spot. I remember we even had that, if I'm not wrong, bi-weekly volatility looked like it was about to fire off to the downside. This was in a bull market. That was going to be a shift. First time that was going to happen when macro trend was up. But then you notice you made that 49K low. Believe volatility was on the weekly or bi-weekly started to fire off. I won't quickly check that. And then what we had was a major V reversal bottom. This was like a trap on bears. I remember that because we were actually on the Discord, me and Farhano, talking about potentially volatility's firing off, and then it quickly shifted back in favor of bulls. But what am I mentioning here? Well, into July, we immediately started to rally up. You were basically focused on this rejection high here. The rejection high was at 65.6, and that is the high that really got tested before Bitcoin went all the way down to 49,500 in 1 month. So far, we have rejected that. 65K does remain a big spot. And what you're going to notice now when I throw the meme lines back on is really, let me go into CME. It'll be a little cleaner versus the chart I'm actively trading on. You can actually see here, you lost 65K. You held it for 3 months. You got expansion off of it to the monthly 9. You lost that into June. You've just rallied and retested it. This is why we need to be watching 62.2 very carefully, in my opinion. Going back now to the daily on the index, Bitcoin is very close to a major breakdown. Again, since the start of July, we've seen this range actually take action, getting back above 62.2, causes a move to 65, and now we're back around 62.2. So if we end up losing 62.2, that's your actually setup that Bitcoin's in a retest to lows here at 60,000. Now, I want everyone to be aware that, again, the rejection to me was predictable, just a little harder to catch if you were being aggressive. But again, something to majorly note here was what really helped me get ETA short so far was just that 4-hour trend shift, taking out these higher lows, breaking down, gave us in that yesterday morning, that move up, major green dildo right up to that 4-hour median. This was 4-hour lower high watch, something I posted on our Discord, and that's what gave us a lower low break. So Bitcoin ends up rallying a little from 62.2 from here. Would that surprise anyone? No, probably not. And that's because of the 4-hour EMA 100 getting reclaimed. We did lose the 4-hour EMA 100, and we immediately got a reclaim. Not really focus on an SMA 200 on a 4-hour. You can just disregard that. And I'm actually looking at this wick low, basically almost as hitting 62.2. And 62.2 is a major spot for us. And you had that previous breakout here without even getting a retest. So that's why my TP1 around the shorts was around 62.2. You're going to notice the 4-hour EMA 100 did get lost, but now reclaimed. To me, all that signals is most likely you're going to form a lower high today. Lower high will probably be formed right after the 4-hour EMA 9. There's no reason to overcomplicate things on Bitcoin. As long as you hold 62.2, we're now back in that range. And I remember this range. This was a range that I remember Alejandro was majorly killing it. Farhana, the range really paid out because this range is big. And that's why it's kind of can be a little predatory because you have over 3% range at 3.36. And that means a simple range trading trade gets everyone bullish or bearish, right? A move all the way down gets everyone bearish. And then a move all the way up to the top side of the range gets everyone bullish. And that's just because the range is so big. You're not dealing with like a 1% range. You're dealing with an over 3% range. That's major moves. Open a trade, get a 3% move, you're feeling very smart. That's when the emotions start actually coming in. So today we do notice here the battle is off the 4-hour EMA 100. You have this wick low, this lower low break, and Bitcoin is getting bought up slightly. But again, we understand now, as long as you are under that 4-hour EMA 9, you haven't retested that. And so you did break down. That is a deviation setup in itself. But also notice that you haven't even gotten or tested the 5 yet. The 5 really got tested on this move down last night, right into 64K. So you haven't really even tested the 5. So be fully aware that if this 4-hour EMA 100 continues to hold, most likely results into some kind of lower high, specifically on a 4-hour. What we've seen so far is the 4-hour has been actually quite accurate in calling this move. You're even going to notice here the 4-hour volatility is firing off. So even HBDR says, yeah, hit the 61.8, could easily rally up to this 38.2%. If you don't have HBDR, essentially equates to a 4-hour EMA 9 retest. So that's the lower time frames I'm watching. 65K did reject. We're back at the range lows. Now we need to be seeing, are we range trading this back up? Or are we actually going to get the breakdown? And that means that maybe then into the end of July is when Bitcoin starts moving down. Now, going back to the daily, just something to quickly note, you do still have potential for an inverse head and shoulders pattern here, even despite this move up first, something we weren't sure if that was going to occur. Rejection at 62.2 for that, or maybe a move up. But in my opinion, if this ends up coming back down to the low 60,000s, I still think that is worth watching for some kind of reaction. As we've seen, the ranges have been pretty well respected. Could just equate to a range trade here, 60,300 all the way back up to 62.2, which has been pretty solid support on like that daily. So it hasn't changed. We're kind of just waiting for that right shoulder potentially. And I wouldn't put a lot of weight on that at all. I don't really trade off these, but it's just something I observed, right? If we do get that, well, what will this be? Well, an inverse head and shoulders. Is that after a major downtrend? Yes. So that is something I will talk about, so we keep in the back of our mind, all while daily volatility is doing pretty much nothing. I think it's close to touching tips with the moving average here. No, not even close. It's still moving down, and maybe even will give you an extreme low read into next week. We'll need to see how the weekend develops. Often nothing really happens over the weekend. That could be a good case for maybe this giving us an extreme low read into Monday. So blue 62.2, you capitulate down to 60s, testing the lows on Bitcoin. And at that point, if you do start closing even back under 60,000, yeah, it's when this inverse head and shoulder pattern becomes probably a trap. And just like this entire bear market, we've just been simply trapping bulls this entire time. Just like the bull market, you trap bears. So we can go more higher time frame now. I will start deleting this so we can get a cleaner chart. But now we understand kind of what occurred, why we dumped. 65K is a big spot. 4-hour isn't a downtrend. And even now, when you look at your daily, actually, something quickly to note is you are pressing the 21. We can't really forget that the 9 and the 21 were a big spot in these moves down. If you observe the circles here on the left side of my chart, you'll notice that really all the big rejections have occurred off your daily 9 and 21. And you will notice that really we got the reclaim in the beginning of July. So if you start really deviating your 9 and your 21, well, firstly, you're back in these bearish environments that have just been tried and true. 9 and 21 rejections have led to even new lows on Bitcoin. But also, you're maybe even gearing up for an EMA 9 and 21 cross here. You get that 9 crossing under the 21, just signals weakness, in my opinion, and the fact that maybe bears are taking more control here. You can see once you had that 9 cross under the 21 is when really daily started to enter into a downtrend. And then that logically dragged the 55 more down, causing that silver cross, which, as I just mentioned, was giving us pretty epic moves. Like, look at this silver cross retest, 13%. So we are potentially going to lose that today with 62.2. We want to just be watching that carefully. My chart, lower time frames, has a breakdown here, but we want to confirm that on HBDR daily. We've lost the daily median. It shifted up. We've gotten the move down to 62.2, around 62.4 technically. So this is the spot. If you get back above 65K, you really can see the argument now. Daily median reclaim, 65K. Is holding, and what will stop price from going up to the daily EMI 100, which is a major spot, 69,000. But right, that's so far not happening. And so now with this move down, you just want to be watching your 9 and your 21 on the daily. Because look at the 12-hour real fast. If we see the 12-hour, and you do notice, look at the rejection we got off the 5 and the 9. I mean, this entire move was off of the 12-hour 9, becoming loss, and then we rejected down. So that's why you have to really be wondering what will occur if the daily EMA 9 gets lost. And even if the 21 holds, that could just mean we're going to enter into the weekend range. How funny would that be? The 21 holds, the 9 rejects, there's your weekend range, and it's about a $400 range. Most likely then that contracts volatility and you start getting that extreme low read. So you are seeing things really develop for bears here, actually. And the only way to really make this bullish again is getting back above 65K. But that was always the confirmation trade for me. And that was based on the 12-hour EMI 100. That is just the easy spot. Most won't really consider on lower time frames. But right, that's something I noticed when we rallied right up to that with 65K. Like, oh no, we just massively capitulated off 12-hour EMI 100. This is the first retest. Now, again, this plays into what I mentioned before. Look at the terrible 4-hour little chop we had leading to like wick highs on the 12-hour. But here it's pretty logical. I mean, you had an evening star to follow through. Simple. So you had a top candle after a major uptrend on a 12-hour after hitting an EMI 100, which was still in a bearish retest posturing, technically. Now giving follow through. And all we're doing now on this 12-hour is testing the 21. So let's go back real fast to the 4-hour. Let's see here. Yes, we're expansion. Now we've hit the 4-hour EMA 5. GG bulls. Finally, you've hit the 5. But right now you can see this. Okay, you've gotten the expansion off the 100. You've hit the target. Second target will be your 9. That could be the easy short zone. But again, when you're seeing the 12-hour 21 tested, not really a good sign. So you've lost the 9. You rejected it once retest. Okay, you've made this epic move up. Wick basis up. You've moved up 1.5%. I guarantee there's many people right now FOMO longing currently. So you want to be watching your 12-hour 21, your 12-hour 9. I just say that now because you've just hit your 12-hour 21. So the weekly actually did retest the 9 almost. This will eventually get a reconnect the lower Bitcoin goes. So you'll have to just be looking at that as just a formality. This will eventually retest. Every major low we've gotten since the deviation of the 9 has been off the 9. So there's not really a big change here. And even now we see weeklies closing in 2 days. And well, if you do notice here, you are actually closing under potentially your weekly 5. So this still plays into the idea, the weekly, and I probably shouldn't have done that. I'll just do it later. But the weekly is still putting in price divergence. Let me fix that a little better. Professionals here. right? And so far, and this only is a representation, what I'm doing here is showing just a lower high. That's it. Nothing more. Maybe that develops into a channel later on. Maybe we won't know, like something like that. But that's all just Jesus toast, tinfoil hat, blah, blah, blah. This still is producing lower highs, though. And the interesting part was the last major lower highs been off of the weekly 5. So, yes, you wicked a little past it, but actually rejecting this weekly 9 doesn't give you a bunch of confidence as a bull because, well, few things here. If you throw on the 55, which is already on, you're still in weekly silver cross posturing to the downside. So that's still playing out. That has not changed. And remember when we actually got the weekly silver cross, we capitulated. So this has been really nice for bears. And I understand this move up made it a lot weaker, the silver cross, but it didn't negate it. So you are still actually in silver cross. You didn't even get the weekly 921 crossing. It's still in the cross to the downside. And again, that plays into, it's just very trappy for bulls here because you're still like, in hindsight, it's just a weekly silver cross retest. But again, look at the weekly breakout at that 60,000. Why we want to be watching, and you could even argue the weekly will put in the inverse head and shoulders. Now that I see this, just set up for a bigger, nice head. It's giving head, and now this right shoulder could play out. But that still means you are going to go lower. Excuse me, and that means maybe 5% lower at current market price. So from total rejection from 65K down, that means you'll get like an 8% rejection. So again, still nothing crazy, still on par with like Bitcoin volatility, but right, you've already hit this low 60,000s quite a lot. If you don't end up holding that, there's literally nothing but air down. So you have to really be just paying attention to that idea. And the fact that the monthly has already retested the zone in 2024 that it massively capitulated from and went to 49,000. Very fast too, by the way. It was, like I mentioned, in 1 month, essentially. Now, let's check the weekly median. Nothing yet. Why I check weekly medians? It's just because we've been noticing major rejections off weekly medians. But yeah, nothing obviously there. You've just rejected your 50%. You're in between the 61.8. Something to note about that is once you lose 61.8, look at the big drop down to 54,500. HBDR is saying Bitcoin is very low to making new lows, very close to making new lows on the weekly. Yeah. Now, the bi-weekly is kind of a whore. Why? Because look at these like almost dojis. Wick lows, wick highs, both sides just getting absolutely fucked. Right? We see that longs here got screwed, shorts here got screwed, longs got screwed, shorts got screwed, longs got screwed, shorts got screwed. Now this bi-weekly is in doji technically. And that just means that, well, it doesn't matter what you've seen the last 14 days, well, 12 days now. It's now an indecision. So we're just in an indecision in the markets. It doesn't know where to go. But we know statistically, we are going to go down from this point. Statistically speaking, you're going to go down. So we don't need to be in indecision. We know statistics are on our side at this current point. Now, we are absolutely seeing, in my opinion, just a bi-weekly lower high. Plays into kind of the predatoriness, taking out that previous bi-weekly wick high. Let me confirm that. The high 6.4, 5.64, the high here at 5.59. So, oh, wow. So it actually didn't take it out. Huh. So even this bi-weekly is, and I guess predatory to bulls, actually, ever so slightly put in price divergence, just showing that for the last 2, 4, now 6 weeks, you're still producing lower highs. And let's not negate the fact that the last bi-weekly gave you a lower low. So technically speaking, this is now the next lower high. The next 14 days, or just like the end of July, is probably, if trend is your friend, going to give you a lower low break. So now we have like a timeline here. This next bi-weekly going into August, Bitcoin should make new lows. And that now plays into what I need to mention on the weekly, something I forgot, which is the weekly SMA 200. We need to be watching that very carefully because that's going to be just a big spot of interest for me. I cannot ignore that you've been holding it for 2 weeks now. But just like I started this week, the weekly SMA 200 needs to hold this week. That'll actually be 3 closures, and that'll really give bulls a lot of legs to confirm a bottom here, even being under the 5. And that's been like the key factor here. Is if you're gonna like hold a weekly SMA 200, you should get expansion at minimum past the 5. So again, if you're not going to reclaim this weekly 5, now you can see it's very hard now to know if this is going to hold or not. This very well could just lose. We're only about $150 above it. This could absolutely just lose it into the new week. We start capitulating. Most won't take that trade because of the chop here and here. So weekly SMA 200 is actually going to really confirm if Bitcoin's going to make new lows, and if this was just another bull trap. Bull trap because weekly has never changed trend. This is always still in a downtrend. While like the daily maybe wasn't an uptrend. No, it wasn't maybe. It wasn't an uptrend. 12-hour uptrend, 4-hour uptrend, bull traps. Macro still down, lower time frames shifting up. Bulls look at that as the start of a bottom. Bears are calling that just a bull trap. And why? Because you're just rejecting still, like, for example, your weekly 5 and 9. If you were back above your weekly 5 and 9, that would be a lot easier to call for a bottom. Because it's like what I mentioned before. My 3 criteria for like a bull market are daily SMA 200 reclaimed, monthly 9 reclaimed, and weekly 9 reclaimed. So at minimum, you should at least get this weekly 9 reclaimed. And it's just not. So we need to be watching 63,100. On Sunday will be the big determination for Bitcoin, in my opinion. And if this ends up losing this weekly SMA 200, which mind you, you're not that far away from losing it, that's disastrous. It's not a good sign. And again, the bull thesis starts really diminishing here. Let's look at CME. It is closing today. So watch today even. CME will be a nice little front runner. You start losing this on CME. It's slightly higher at 63,270. There's a spot premium. There's a CME premium, I mean. You will actually, kind of get an indication here. And maybe we'll get a breakdown. Maybe over the weekend, maybe on Monday. Preferably Monday, though, because that'll actually confirm on index. And I actually just forgot. Farhano's voice just came in the back of my mind saying CME doesn't close, actually. I remember him telling us that now. It always stays open, I believe. Yeah, I think so. So let's go now to the monthly. We talked a lot about 65K, and that still is a big spot. The monthly is actually getting volatility expansion to the downside. So we still want to be watching that very carefully, because this just still plays into the idea that any mean reversion move up should just be looked at as a short opportunity, especially when you come into the zone like 65K. What's really stopping bears from just rejecting us down at this point? Well, literally nothing, and we still are getting that EMA 100 target. This just really reminds me of every single time we've gotten bearish consolidation, bi-weekly or even monthly here. Nothing really shifts, and then we just make the next leg down, and it was just like one of those trades. So again, we want to be watching carefully. Even HBDR is saying, no, we are not going up. You've rallied up to the 61.8, more likely to go down to the 78.6. That's at 50,600. EMAs are saying, no, you've simply now rejected your 34. This isn't a monthly sell trigger for the first time since 2023. You are very weak, and you should find some move down towards 48,160, where that should be the Bitcoin bottom. I still believe Bitcoin will find a bottom near 49,000. And this was a good, impressive rally. This was like the, test rally. So I do believe once we come down actually to the buy zone, there is going to be a major rally on Bitcoin. Last stand, though, really is here. Now, 5-day to finish off on Bitcoin did retest its 9, and it did reject it. So no matter how you're looking at this, it's still in the dynamic, which is, well, bears are in control here. 5-day 9 is still rejecting, and every time your 5-day EMA 9 rejects, it gives you major moves down. So not a good sign, and you're potentially going to even lose your 5. Losing your 5 will most likely give you a retest of your 5 near 64K. And that could be the last retest you get before breaking down. Because remember, the biweekly to me is signaling, and even the weekly is signaling, a move has to come soon. And every single time you get a biweekly volatility setup, which you do now have, macro trend is either up, you get this biweekly volatility setup firing to the upside. If macro trend is down, you'll get this volatility setup firing to the downside. So even statistically here, you are going to fire this now to the downside. This is just like a ball underwater. As soon as you let go, it's going to burst. So everything we've seen so far on Bitcoin has not sparked any volatility setups, which is a very, very concerning factor for bulls, because as Bitcoin presses 62.2, that's the capitulation zone. And if you haven't even seen this daily volatility setup fire off, that means that literally a major move is coming here. And it's up to us really to just be patient, because we're literally getting major moves here. Like a 40% move is brewing on Bitcoin at this current time. Not based on the daily, but the bi-weekly now. And the daily can just be the start of that. So we just want to be watching carefully. And this is, I keep hearing Solana in the back of my mind really fast. Look at Solana. Now, can we all not agree that probably into the next week or two, you do start seeing this weekly volatility setup most likely fire off? I mean, it is back above the moving average. You're literally at a 13.89%. You have the biggest volatility setup you've ever had on Solana's chart. So this indicates to me that, yeah, the timeline is pretty true here. We really need, probably most likely statistically, you will see a move in the start of August, end of July. That will either be an upside move if 65K gets reclaimed, or a downside move if 62.2 gets lost and you do end up invalidating that inverse head and shoulders pattern. Because Solana is a good market leader, and it's even still true to this day. Solana was looking a lot weaker than Bitcoin. When I just mentioned on that 4 hour, when I started this analysis, look at Solana's 4 hour. For Solana is a lot different than Bitcoin's 4 hour, because Solana actually lost its EMA 100 on the 4 hour days ago. It's Friday. It lost it on Wednesday. And we actually got a deviation plan, started rejecting on, Wednesday, I guess we'll just call it Wednesdays. This move started to occur, where Bitcoin just now lost its 4 hour EMA 100. And you can see you actually got the deviation setup really occurring on Thursday. So just a little, difference there is Solana is still front running, and it can still front run to the downside. I'm mentioning that only because you have the biggest volatility setup literally potentially firing off this next week or in the coming week. 2 weeks is our timeline. And every time you've deviated your weekly 9 and retested it, it's led to over 10% moves on Solana, at least the lows. So you've done that. You're in that setup now. And I only mention that not to do altcoin analysis, but just to show the idea that really we're in a very interesting spot on Bitcoin, where if you think this move has played out either to the upside or down, volatility hasn't even moved. And Solana is literally telling that the biggest setup on Solana's weekly chart is about to fire off potentially next week, which means that crypto is about to get potentially its biggest move ever to occur on a volatility standpoint. So we want to be watching that very carefully. Let's go to total and see real fast what's occurring here, if anything shifted, and maybe we'll get another good indication on over the weekend, maybe into the new week. Okay, so we broke out. Daily is still in an uptrend. We're back within the channel. Most likely a breakdown does occur here. We had the fake move. If you've been watching us for a long time, whenever Bitcoin does get into these channels, you often make a fake move, in my experience at least. So this one was the fake move. Now we're back in the channel, and if we break down, most likely that is going to be the real move. The daily does have a volatility setup, so this channel is still true. You're in still like a range. Volatility is still contracting, but we're close. It's like the ball underwater analysis, or relating that idea. Once you let go of the ball, it just shoots back up. Volatility, nothing stopping this from firing off at this current point. And you do see today, you are potentially about to lose that 2.15 trillion support. That was the last zone that got lost before we actually made new lows here. Now, mentally, note, you've actually got some chop around this zone right off of all that 2.15 and even the 9 here. But understand that this chop is what led to the daily volatility setup. So you could argue it's a little different now, and you're actually towards the end of this channel. So even the daily is signaling by next week, if this is going to be true, this is actually going to fire off to the downside, and you will even have daily volatility supporting that move. just like I mentioned on Bitcoin 60K, you will be watching 2.07 trillion. That could give you your inverse head and shoulders pattern. But as I see now, this seems very obvious to me. Like, you don't even need to draw it out. That just seems so obvious. And as Farano mentions, the most obvious these patterns go, like the most basic way to look at these are on candlesticks. Everyone does that. Better way to do it is like on RSI or even like OBV, anything like that's not what everyone looks at. And the reason I mention that is because this just looks painfully obvious. So if this doesn't hold like on Bitcoin, you're just going to capitulate, and that's just another bull trap. Big move is coming though, and that's what you should be taking from this. 2.15 trillion gets lost, you're in breakdown, and all you need to really do is take out July 13th low, and you are going to be in a daily downtrend again, and that'll actually start breaking you down. You can see, even despite maybe daily shifting to an uptrend, once you actually take out the last higher low, total actually does start giving you a lower high, and then it starts dumping hard. So the daily downtrends are your friend here. Right? Here's your higher high. Once you took out your last higher low, look at total here. It started to just move down hard. So daily downtrends are pretty key. So that's just what I wanted to mention on total. I think it's relevant. What else? Oh yeah, right. Tether dominance. I'm like, where is tether dominance? So tether dominance is now at resistance. You are pressing a breakout as seen here, but again, you're still in lower high. So this is a concerning thing, and really, tether dominance has been looking pretty bad. Like ever since Tuesday, it's been looking bad. So we need bulls to start repairing this chart. A really good way to start repairing this chart would be to get back above our 8.567% zone. If you can get back above the 8.567%, you're now back on a daily buy trigger, and you're actually holding a breakout here. You just need to get a little bit of retest. Maybe that starts over the weekend, right? This maybe starts just getting a little like range and consolidation. That's what you'd want to see before maybe that lower high break. Understand though, this is still under resistance. You have now hit the target, and right now, really bears are going to try to reject here. Bulls just need to defend this. 8.567%, a massive zone, and it's just shown here where all the moving averages are now potentially going to get reclaimed by today. Daily volatility is getting you a setup of 2 sessions of extreme low volatility, meaning yes, a move is coming here on crypto very soon. Just like I mentioned on these channels, here was the false breakdown. We've reclaimed it. Are we going to get the breakout now? Is this going to finally give us a move? Stay tuned very soon. If this is going to just keep doing this, I was wrong on that channel. But as we've seen here with even volatility, it's literally saying by today, tomorrow, you should see some move. That's why I want to just mention the consolidation before expansion. Or it just gets expansion from here and you break out. Next target would be 9%. Every time you test 9%, Bitcoin tests to 60,000s or lower. Let's see if HBDR can put a nice cherry on top of this breakout. Okay, no, it doesn't. But you are getting back above your daily median. So that's good. And you do see a little bit of consolidation could actually cause this 38.2% to lift up and just cause either price to be more likely to move up, right? If this is chasing the 38.2%, the 38.2% moves up, you're just still more statistically likely to move up. So the median gets reclaimed today. Tomorrow you consolidate. Sunday, Sunday, you hold it. 38.2% maybe moves up to 8.8. Then you break out towards 9%. Doesn't mean you won't break out. It just means this is still pretty bullish, honestly. And getting back above the daily median is showing that. Even HBDR is saying, nah, you can chill as long as you get back above 8.5. Tether dominance is bullish, where I want confirmation around 8.567. And I do believe you should just be holding that as your confirmation. 8.567. That's your big spot today for tether dominance. All right, now we'll go to Bitcoin D. Notice Bitcoin D is a little red here. Bitcoin's a little red. Let's just go to the weekly. It's the most important time frame. Weekly is getting a breakdown after retesting the underside channel here. And you even got that weekly EMA9 retest. Into next week, you're just really looking to see if the weekly 100 gets lost. That's your big point. Weekly 100 holds, Bitcoin dominance starts moving up. But if this starts getting lost, there's your setup for a breakdown target down to around 57.4%. You will notice here that, if I'm not mistaken, you do have a weekly silver cross to the downside. And this was actually the first weekly retest of that. Plays into the idea that this move up on Bitcoin was nothing more than just a retest and still playing into the macro trend, which is down. Because look at that, you have a literal silver cross down and you've rallied up on BTCD and it just retested it. And now you're rejecting and you're back under the 5. Just not the best sign. You are at the 38.2%. You're not breaking down quite yet. And so there is still hopium. But you got to literally start seeing Bitcoin move up today at 62.2 and Bitcoin dominance actually get a bounce at 58.9%. Here, it's got to bounce up. Reclaiming your weekly 9 will start diminishing the silver cross, and getting back above 59.69% will confirm a major breakout on Bitcoin dominance. But until then, this still is looking like it wants to break down to me. And something we actually observed and noted here was quarterly median actually got lost on HBDR. We're slightly above it now. We've hit the quarterly 5. Last time this occurred was here, 2021. Bulls look at that as altcoin season potential. Bears are looking at as confirmation that this time is slightly different. We are just going to break down. The markets are really about to break down hard. This time's different because, well, you're actually getting volatility setups you've never had before on this chart. Like, for example, monthly is at the lowest read. Could have said quarterly is at the lowest read, but these aren't setups. So we can actually go here, and you can actually see your biweekly is giving you a setup. It is resetting. So, okay, whatever, but it never fired off. So this still is in setup region, and this is literally giving you something you've never had before on the biweekly ever before. So even this move down, major moves down. Let's look at the December 2017. Let me just double check that right here. December 2017. So basically 2018, but let's just see. All right, December 2018, BTCD puts in one of the biggest moves to the downside. Here, Bitcoin puts in one of the biggest moves to the downside at that current time, right? So that's when you rejected December 2017, 19,000. Bitcoin went down to the 3,500. Let's see what ETH did, 2018. And see, this is where bulls then become very horny because you actually see Ethereum started to move up. This was alt season for the first time. Let's take a look at something like Litecoin. Do I have the wrong chart? Yeah, I do. What is it? Think big head. No, that even has less data. Maybe ADA. No, all my charts are wrong for alts. BNB. No, BNB started with. Well, you get the point. I'm trying to see what's an altcoin from 2018 that's still here. Bitcoin Cash. I just want to see what it did. I mean, obviously, if Ethereum went up, they all went up. No, 2020. But Ethereum, I guess, is just an easy gauge. And so that's why bulls are horny to see that Bitcoin dominance losing the quarterly meeting, because that is what literally led to a major move up. Let's see here. So we see on the quarterly, I guess there's not a lot of data. Bi-weekly. Let's go back to BTCD before I get lost in these altcoin ideas. 2018, BTCD here. So yeah, I mean, ETH versus Bitcoin, what was it doing then? Yeah, so it was actually at the 100% at that point. But yeah, massively bearish. And it just recovered. Very interesting. I'm honestly unsure if alts are going to go up because both times Bitcoin dominance did lose its median. It did lead to alt season, which seems absolutely crazy to say, but I cannot even argue with it. It literally did that both times. So really not bad. Unsure to make of that, but still setups are setups, and I still see altcoins as very weak. So we have to be watching that as maybe a shift. Unsure, but we know for sure volatility is different in both times. Totally different. So in theory, then that is slightly different compared to 2018 and 2021. But regardless, we'll know within a month or two if we're in altcoin season or not. Regardless, Bitcoin dominance is still looking very weak, which every time led to a weak Bitcoin. So that's all you need to understand on that. Bitcoin dominance is very weak. And potentially if the weekly 100 gets lost, and there's your confirmation of that, we're just kind of chopping around it. It's like I mentioned on Bitcoin with the SMA 200. Good, but you need to start seeing it hold, and you need to get back above the 9 at minimum. Weekly 9 needs to get reclaimed. That's what we need to see, or this weekly is going to give you a breakdown. Next target will be testing the lows near 58.4. And in all honesty, I am just expecting a move down to 57.4% quite soon on Bitcoin dominance. But I have my criteria, so I need the weekly 100 to get lost to confirm that. Nothing to confirm here. You're just in a tight, terrible range between the 100 and the 9. So Bitcoin is at a big spot. 62.2 did get hit. Our TP on our shorts almost got fully finalized. If you want, you can TP here. You can watch the daily 21, re-short that if you want, or just wait for 62.2 to get lost and then short. Understand the 4-hour is still in a downtrend. You did deviate back above the 100, and that's why it's still going to kind of guide me today. I'm not going to sit here and say we've bottomed off here, but I can say that we're in a range still for sure. If 62.2 wants to get a bounce, it most likely will take us to around 63,600 to 64K. You possibly could retest 64,200. Notice you have a 4-hour deviation here. You could potentially, absolutely you could. But in all honesty, it's a lot harder calling for that when you are just in a 4-hour downtrend and you are still staying under the EMA 100 despite the reclaim. So that tells me that it's better to wait and watch today, see where this actually closes on the 4-hour. Luckily for you, you only have an hour and 17 minutes. So if you end up deviating that again, that's a whole other short setup in itself. So we can have some indication on the direction of the close today. We just need to be a little patient. Until then, you're just watching for either 62,200 to become lost or a reclaim of 64,300. If you wanted to be aggressive, get back above 64K. That's going to be a good sign for bulls. I know I was saying 65 before, like the last few days, but that's for aggressive bulls. If you want to be really aggressive, get a reclaim at 64, you're probably going to lift up to 65. That'll be your confirmation of really some kind of move is occurring here to the upside, and that'll be a daily closure above 65K. Get that, you will move up to the daily EMA 100, and you'll test 69,000. That's going to be the next big spot, and also the extremity high of this range, 62.2, 65, 69. That's the range. So we're still looking at that. We're just kind of in the mid-range. And yeah, daily volatility hasn't even fired off yet. So we have a lot of potential here. And if you're confused, better just to wait. You're just in a tight range. And that's something that we've seen before. This is a range. This is a range. That's it. So you'll either then do this or you'll either do this. So if you're confused and stressed and not know where to go, just wait for one of these. And you will be able to trade and make money on this for sure if you wait for this on a daily. As long as daily volatility is contracting, you can't have FOMO because this is telling you that you haven't missed anything quite yet. So watch very carefully 62.2 today. And if you're on ETA, watch the trading bots that I posted because in these environments is where the bots really thrive.
Alrighty. Let's share my screen. And let's dive into this. I couldn't figure out a gear thing to say. Then let's dive into this. So that's what I went with. Let's switch gears. All right. Oops, I accidentally moved my tab. There we go. Alrighty. So on the daily, we got momentum now starting to flip back down, getting very close to entering into the bearish control zone, and we are making a higher high on price, whereas momentum is making a lower high, giving us bearish divergence, which was confirmed on yesterday's daily close, which gave us a local top. And from there, we have hit the bottom end of the 38.2%. That level is sitting at around $62,700. And from here, it does look like you're going to get your breakdown. And the first sign of that breakdown was our yesterday's close below $64,000. Losing $64,000 was very significant. And we also not only lost $64,000, but we also lost the 5 EMA and we also lost the median as well. The last time we got a daily closure below the median, it was right around this zone here. It was a slightly closed below that median. We got to move down to the 50% range, and then from there we got to bounce. And right now the 50% range brings us to an area that we've bounced from 1, 2, 3, 4 times now, right around $61,600, $61,500. The fifth time around likely isn't going to hold, and this is what's likely going to give you your breakdown, and that's what brings you towards somewhere between the 61.8% and the 78.6, and that puts you between $60,600 and $58,000 roughly in that region. And the jewel is now starting to curve back around and give you a sell signal from the neutral, unable to slip into a buy. And also, let's bring this out, and we are getting the bear moon now playing out. And from top to bottom, how much are we down from that bear moon so far? About 4.68%. If we were to take this last bear moon from top to bottom, first we went down around 7.5. We got a bounce, and then down around like 13 to 14%. Let's check this one from top to bottom. 6.3, about 8.5%. This is during an uptrend. Let's take one during a downtrend like we have now. Here's another one from top to bottom. 8.6%, close to that 8.5% number. Let's do this one. Top to bottom, 6.6%. This one, 6.2%. 8.2%. Okie dokie. So we can take it somewhere between 6 to 8% for the low end move. So if we were to take it around 6%, that'd bring us to just around $61,500. And 8% would bring us to around $60,000. So basically that's a range between $61,500 and $60,000. Okie dokie, let's make that disappear. And that would bring us basically to around that 61.8%. And I am still of the belief that this move that we get down isn't going to take us into new lows. I do think we're going to hold that $60,000 level on this move, but I do think we are eventually going to break that low. I just don't think it's going to happen on this move now and kind of mainly based off of the 2018 idea, and also that Bitcoin doesn't usually like to make new lows on the summer moves. It ends up retesting the low somewhere around the lows on the summers, and then ends up making the lower low towards somewhere around Q3/Q4, and also it would complete this inverse Hertzman up here if you were to come down to that $60,000 level. $12 hours also very close to silver crossing to the downside. One more close below 63,400-ish level, and this is going to silver cross to the downside, and that's going to give you a nice little dumpski along with it. That'll bring you down somewhere around $61,500 to $60,000, somewhere in that region. And 12-hour momentum is also flipping to the downside, also has bearish divergence. And 12-hour jewel is flipping back down and getting out of the bearish control zone, or rejecting the bullish control zone. My bad. And you got bearish divergence on the jewel as well. 8 hours also flipped down. It's getting a retest now of the bearish control zone. This likely is going to be a bearish retest. And see, what is this low here? This is 62,277, and this is 62.7. So there's some possibility of hitting bullish divergence here, but you need to close back over 64,858 to confirm it. And if you do confirm it, it gives you a move back. It gives you a move somewhere around 67.3, so 67.2 to 69,000. Unlikely to confirm it as of now, IMO. More likely, if you do get a move up from here, you'll probably reject somewhere around this cluster of AMAs and this 38.2%, around $63,700. And you are now getting a bearish cross with the pink dropping below the yellow. Let's mark that off. And this only took the ones that happened in the bullish control zone. I forgot my Coke Zero this time. I failed. What a retard, right? Okie dokie, and 3.3, 8.8, 9.5. We're going to omit this. Actually, fuck it. Let's not omit it. We can just do things. 36.68%. We'll take it from the open. 8.8%. About 2.8. Was this a pullback France? This one correct? Market closer to the sell signal. $2.8. I went lower, so let's take that. 9. We're gonna have to move this a little bit. 27.5. Just a little haircut. And the current one. So we have not done the minimum move yet. If you're doing it around 8%, 6 to 8% brings us to about $60,000 to $59,000. Alrighty. Four hours now currently flipped back up. Let's see if this is a higher low and higher. I believe it's higher low also on price. So there is no divergence present here. And you're desperately trying to hold on to that 4 hour 200 SMA. And the 4 hours also giving you a bearish cross here with the pink dropping below the yellow. And now as long as you are closing below this 4 hour 100 EMA, this is likely going to end up just consolidating between this 100 and 200 before you break down. And you would have a target of the 78.6 after losing the 38.2, which level was currently at that 61,800 level. Anything else? There's some bearish divergence between these 2 points. Two hour now gave us a rejection of the 9. You do have momentum now exiting the bearish control zone. There is no divergence present because you are making lower lows and lower lows on the RSI. And you do have a silver cross to the downside, and you are currently rejecting the 9. I just want to see a loss of this 38.2%, which will then turn this into a red shooting star dildo. And then you're like, you can get a move down to 62,000 from there. Alrighty. 2 day is now also starting to flip down. 2 days putting in hidden bearish divergence. This is going to require a close below 61,760 to confirm it. And if you do confirm it, it gives you a move down to $59,000, 59 to 57. And you're also currently putting in that inverse harp and darp on the 2 day. And you would have a target of the bottom 38.2% from losing the median. That's sitting at that $60,000 level. And this would also complete your inverse harp and darp. And 2 days giving you a bullish cross, the pink going above the yellow. So mark that off. And we'll call it at this one. Sorry, to make sure. Closer to the cross. Okey-dokey. We'll take it from the open, 16.7%. %, 36. What was the initial one again? It was 7. $11.7. 12.6, 15, and 25. And the current one. From the open, we've done about 3.7%. So if we were to do it at roughly 10 to 12%, the minimum was around 6, about 7% actually. The 7% move brings us to roughly $67,500. 12% brings us to about $71,000, and just for funsies, 25% brings us to about $78,000, $79,000. And that last one is just for funsies. Oh, and also one other thing I wanted to point out is with CME now trading over the weekends, you no longer have the CME gaps. So this no longer gives you that edge that it used to give, where you could this was more accurate because it didn't trade over the weekend, so it removed all the noise. But now what I've learned from Crown is, instead of looking at this one, you can look at this one, which is the new CME. The whatchamacallit, the BlackRock ETF, Blackhawk ETF. This is the new what CME used to do, where this will give you the more accurate move since it doesn't trade over the weekend. Let's make this HPDR disappear for a second. And we do have a beautiful little cross right here, where we have our 5 EMA crossing above the 21 EMA. And whenever you get these crosses, in the midst of a downtrend, this is a corrective move. This gives you a correction to the 55 EMA. And the 55 is currently sitting at around $38. If you were to look at $38, that lines up with the high of June. And the high of June on Bitcoin currently lines up at around $67,200. If you were to just put a little bit of a meme line here, right around the high of June, lines up beautifully with our 55 EMA. And if you were to look at previous price history, whenever you get this cross, you don't necessarily get the move to the 55 right away. You can. There have been times where you get a move down first, but then you end up inevitably getting that move to the 55. So like if you were to see over here, this is to the upside. You have your 5 crossing above the 21. You got your move to the 55. Here, right here, your 5 crossing below the 21, move to the 55. Five below 20. This is a different one now. Here, 5 above 21, move to the 55. This is more so of a corrective type of setup. It doesn't tell you that you're going to go moon or doom, just a meaner version type of shit. 5, 21, 55 immediately. 5, 21, 55. 5, 21, 55. And there are some examples where you don't get it immediately. Like, let me find one, but it's not this one. This one, you got your 5 below the 21. You got your move to the 55. Let me find one where it's not immediate. Below 25, below 21, 55. Oh, here's one that's not immediate. You got your 5 crossing below the 21. You got to move down, but you didn't hit the 55. You got a little rally up. You failed to take out that last high, and then you got to move to the 55. So it's more so rather than more so an when rather than an if type of thing. Let's find another good example. Here you're down the downtrend, 5 below 21, you move to the 55. 5 below 21, you move to the 55. This one's also one of the ones that didn't happen immediately. You kind of front ran it a little bit, and then you got it. You hit the 55. So that 50, oh fuck. That 55 right now would put us right around $38. If you look at that June high, June 15, 2026, this is at $38.10. And then if you were to go to Bitcoin, June 15th, 2026 is $67,260. That's a nice little setup that I see that fits my bias of no new lower lows in the summer. This would work out to where if we were to come back down on Bitcoin to hit $60,000, $59,000, this would be Blackhawk's ETF down to somewhere around $34. This would also have that inverse herp and derp, and then from there this would give have a technical target, a minimum of this 55 EMA off of the corrective move of your 5 EMA crossing above the 21, and that would be on Blackhawk. 6% up from here, 6.5% up, and on Bitcoin, I can't do the math, so let me just measure it out. It's like, exactly 6% up on Bitcoin too. Awesome. The more you know. Explosions from the brain. Come on. Okay, now I'll go back to Bitcoin. Make this appear. Alrighty, go to the 2-day, 5-day. 5-day is also getting a rejection from the median, giving us that rejection on this last daily close. Give a 5-day close, gives us the target of the bottom 38.2%, which right now is sitting just below $62,000 at $61,956. And momentum on the 5-day is currently flipped up, and you are currently right at the neutral zone. I am extremely salty here because I had shorted this at $64,000 and I got stopped out by $20, and now it's playing out. Awesome. And 5-day Jewel is still playing out the buy signal. This is giving you a bearish setup in the background, though, with the pink crossing below the yellows. This does play into the idea that this is going to be a lower high, and this should give you a move into the edge of the bearish control zone and then flip back around from there. And that could give you a move into the median as on a bearish retest. And that would be at that $69,000 level, and it would nicely sweep this last June high of 67,260, and that would give us hidden bearish divergence of another drive. And weekly is still flipped up. Weekly is about to test the edge of the bearish control zone. Weekly is putting in bullish divergence, and weekly bullish divergence will confirm with any close over $64,681. And then that gives you a move into somewhere around $69,000, right around $68,700 to $70,000. And weekly is still ever so slightly around that 200 SMA. If you do get another weekly closer over that 200 SMA, that's going to also increase the probabilities that we're going to get that sweep up. And weekly is now giving us the divergence with the pink was about to cross above the yellow. Now they're diverging, and you're gonna get the opposite move, which is a downside move. 2 week is now still flipped down, still above the bearish control zone, and still putting in possibility of bullish divergence on the 2 week. This will confirm with any close over $65,565, and then this gives you a move into $70,000, which is the 9, right around 69.3. And the invalidation for this setup is getting a 2 week close here below about $62,600. That'll give you a move down to 56. As an I still think this is going to come up to this level first before making good lows. And 2 week Jewel is still overall bearish with the rejection of the bearish control zone, and you are now giving a fresh sell signal. And monthly is still flipped up. Monthly is about to test the edge of the bearish control zone. This is very similar to the setup in 2018, where we had a rally into the summer, and to the end of the summer, we got a retest of the edge of the bearish control zone, and that's where it flipped down. And then towards October, November, you made your lower lows. And see where else you had here. And this was a move into the monthly 5/9 over into the end of the summer. The monthly 5 currently sits at 67,500. The monthly 9 currently sits at $73,000. Very interesting, because we have been looking at that range between 67,000 and 73,000, and everything has happened so far basically exactly as 2018. So why wouldn't this, especially since you have a lot of other setups that kind of match this? And quarterly still flipped down, no divergence present, and quarterly would give you a target of the reconnecting with the 5, which is currently sitting around 71,000, and the 9 is sitting at 72.2. Okay, let's look at Tether. Tether is currently flipped up on momentum. Tether is putting in bullish divergence, and Tether is now above the median and above the 21. With any close over about 8.45%, you would have a target of 8.7s, which would be Bitcoin slightly lower towards that $60,000 level. And daily Jewels giving you a fresh buy signal. 4 hours also now freshly flipping back up with volatility going into expansion. 4 hours giving you a bullish cross, pink above the yellow, and 4 hours maintaining closures over this 38.2%, which does give you a move into the 8.7s. 2 days also above the median. Any divergence here? This is 8.299%, and this is 8.3. So yeah, there is hidden bullish divergence present here, because you did take out this low, and this will confirm with any close over 8.72%, and this gives you a move into somewhere around 9%, close to your all-time highs. And you got a bearish cross here with the pink crossing below the yellow. 5 days also slightly above the median. Median's at 8.58%, with momentum now very close to flipping back up on the 5 day, putting in hidden bullish divergence. And if you do get a closure over the median, that likely will confirm your divergence, because that divergence will confirm with any close over 8.757%. And that brings you into a nice new all-time high of 9.69%. We're just rounding it up a little bit. Nice number. And 5 days very close to a bullish cross here with the pink about to cross above the yellow. Weekly is also close to putting in a local bottom with any close over 8.757%, and that takes you into all-time highs. With weekly momentum still pointing down, still has bearish divergence. 2 week is now flipped back up. 2 week has possibility for hidden bullish divergence with volatility almost at extra. Well, actually, basically almost 0%. And the 2 week jewel is giving you a fresh buy signal and holding the bullish control zone. We're kind of rejecting the median now at 8.67%. If you can get closures over that median, that sends you into a nice new all-time high. Basically, this move here where we got a smashing, jumping, busting action to the top 38.2%, which right now is at around 10.4%. And monthly is currently bouncing off the median, which is at 8.33%. Didn't quite hit the 5 EMA yet, kind of front ran a little bit. The 5 is at 8.1. Our wick low so far is 8.257. And monthly momentum is still pointing down. As you can see, I was on the gambling time frames on the 10-minute. Daily currently has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence on Tether, with volatility starting to tick up from 2 periods of 0%. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 8.346%, and your next target is the bullish control zone at 9%. And what else will there be? Nothing. 12 hours got bullish divergence, targets 8.67%. 8 hours also got bullish divergence, targets 8.76. 4 hours got bullish divergence, targets about 9%. Two hours about to put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 8.567%, and this gives you a move into 8.77%. And 2 days got a local top as long as you're closing below 8.646%. And simple moving average is at 8.8%. 3 days got bearish divergence, targets 8.42%. Have you hit that? Yeah, you have. And now there is possibility. Actually, no, there isn't. Never mind, because you got a closing lower low. And 5 days got bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 9.019%. And your next target is the simple moving average at 8%. Right on the 21. 6 days also got bearish divergence. Going to target 8.4%. And the simple moving average is 7.69%. Nice number. Nothing. Nothing. Volatility is at extreme lows. Nothing. All right, daily confirmed a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence on yesterday's close. Let me zoom in. This is going to give you an easy target of the neutral zone, where the neutral zone is currently sitting at $62,500. $62,559, so it's at 62.6. And volatility is at almost 0%. 12 hours still got bearish divergence, target 62.2. 4 hours got bearish divergence, targets 59.1, but this will update in 45 minutes. 2 hours got a local top, target 60,800. Hourly is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 63,052, and this gives you a move to $62,000. The critical zone at 61.2. And 15 minutes got bearish divergence, target 60,500. This is the wick that took me out. I'm not salty. 2 days got local bottom. This did confirm on the last candle yesterday. The last 2 day candle that just closed, not yesterday. And this is going to give you a target of 63.5. I believe you've hit that. You did hit that. And the next level is going to be the bullish control zone at 67.2. Lines up with the June high. Interesting. 3 days still got a local bottom. You got support at $61,000 at the neutral zone. 5 days still got bullish divergence. Your next target is going to be bearish control zone at 72,000. This will be active as long as you're closing over 60,180. 6 days also got bullish divergence. Now you're putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to give you a target of 67.4. Weekly is still putting in possibility of bullish divergence, but you need to close over 64,681 to confirm. 2 weeks still has bearish divergence. If you test the edge of the bearish control zone, puts you at 70,700, and the target of the bearish divergence is going to be the simple moving average, which currently sits at 56,000. Funny how this just makes ever so slightly new lower lows, where if we were to hit this 56,000, it's just a slightly lower low from 57s. And monthly still got bearish divergence on this candle closure here, and this divergence is going to give you a target of $49,000, which lines up with your 100 EMA. That is where you bottomed out off of FTX and COVID. And quarterly still got bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below $114,000, and your next target is $49,000. 6 month also has 3 drives of bearish divergence, and your next target is going to be right around $49,000. All right. Daily is currently firstly flipped up on Tether with volatility ticking up from 2 periods of 0%, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.33%. And I believe you have, you got hidden bullish divergence on the daily. 12 hours also flipped up with regular bullish divergence, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.29%. 8 hours also flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.33%. 4 hours also flipped up with volatility now expanding from extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.43%. 2 days flipped down, but very close to flipping back up, and it will flip back up with a close over 8.58%, and you're also putting in hidden bullish divergence on the 2 day. 5 days currently flipped down, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.94%. Weekly is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.54%. You are putting in possibility of bearish divergence here on the weekly. 2 week is also flipped up, maintaining the bullish control zone. Volatility is back to extreme lows, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 7.81%. And weekly is currently flipped down. Monthly is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.52%. This is close to flipping back up. And quarterly is flipped up with hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 5.38%. Bitcoin is flipped down with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $65,000. 12 hours also flipped down with bearish divergence and triple derp of death, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $65,200. 8 hours also flipped down with a triple derp of death, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $65,000. 4 hours also flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 64,350. Once you lose this 4 hour 200, it's probably going to drop hard to that $60,000 region. And 2 hours currently flipped up, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over 62.6. And hourly is also up, but very close to flipping down, and it will flip down until it close below 62,825 with that hidden bearish divergence now about to confirm. Two-day is currently flipped up, and it'll remain up as long as you're closing over 62,450 and you're entering into the bullish control zone and putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence. 5 days also currently flipped up, and it'll with bullish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 60,400. Weekly is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 63,900. 2-week is currently also down with volatility at extremes, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 61,600. Monthly is also flipped down with volatility currently expanding from extreme lows, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 64,400. And quarterly is flipped down with volatility at its lowest point ever, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 113,300. This pivot went up from 101,000 all the way up to $113,000, quite bearish. So right now on the low time frames, you are starting to see a little breakdown. I do think this is gonna, with bearish divergences appearing, and you got hidden bearish divergences in the low time frames, and daily momentum is currently flipped down, and the medium time frames do have bearish divergences as well. I do think from here you're gonna test somewhere around that $61,000 to low $60,000 region. Although my bias is right now that $60,000 area is gonna hold on a closing basis. Maybe you'll wick into the 59s. I'm not sure about that, but I do think on a daily closing basis you will hold that $60,000 level, and then I think you'll see like 2018 that rally into the end of August slash end of July slash August, into what lines up with the BlackRock setup for the daily for hitting that June high, and the June high on Bitcoin is currently $67,200, and that setup does have almost a 100% hit rate where it's only failed one time out of 15 times, 15 iterations, only failed once, where it didn't give you that move to the corrective move to the 55. And as of right now, that'll put you back onto June highs with a little retest of our current lows at $60,000. And this would be playing out the bear moon, which we currently do have. And if we were to go down to $60,000 from the top to the bottom, that would bring us around like 8% down on the bear moon, which is roughly the average move. Right around that 7 to 8% number is what most of the previous iterations have given us. And it would also complete our inverse Hartman Darp, and it would also complete the pattern or the relationship that Bitcoin doesn't like to make those new lows in the summer, makes them towards the end of the year, would line up with that little bit of a rally. And it would also take us exactly where that monthly rally took us into on 2018, where we reconnected with the 5/9 EMA on the monthly into the summer, and then we made our lower towards the end of the year. And that right now would bring us towards that June high, closer to $67,000, $69,000 region, after a little retest of somewhere around $60,000. And as long as we are closing a daily basis over $60,000, I do think that we'll get that move to match or tap the June high.
It's not only the 2018 cycle that has strength through July and August. 2022 also had the same.
Oh, 2022 did Luna in summer, didn't it?
Nope. 2022, I'll show you right now, actually.
In July, wasn't it Luna?
Hang on. Boom, 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 boom. Weekly. This is June right here, just like we are right now, right?
I see.
And then you're going up, and this is August, middle of August, and then you get the first move down, and you don't break this low until right here in November.
I see. So it's the same.
Identical. So it's been 2 for 2. Now, the other thing is, when you're looking at, or Alex was looking at Bitcoin dominance and saying about the bears and like the bull market and whatnot with the HPDR, every time it's done this, right? Like, unarguably, we've had an alt season. Altcoins are up way more than Bitcoin already. I'm not saying we have it right now, but I'm saying if there was follow through with Bitcoin dominance falling, that could go into their side. And now I can explain why there could be that in a very simple way. So I asked my buddy Grok, What chain moves the most volume of stable coins, and which ones are the top 3? Base, which is on Ethereum, and Ethereum have 62% of the market. So volume doesn't matter for altcoins. You know what I mean? If there's a lot of volume in transactions, that does matter for the price. This is why I'm betting on Ethereum and not on Bitcoin this year. And then Tron, which for some fucking reason, someone's using it. I've never met anyone that's like, hey, bro, can you deposit me on Tron?
And for some reason, their chart is one of the best looking shitcoins.
Yeah. I mean, that's where the real divergence with reality happens in my brain, because their chart's solid as fuck, but Ethereum's is not. When Ethereum has these two like on the bag. You know what I mean?
A good point. And Tron also does transactions and is the biggest, third biggest.
Yeah. So it makes no sense whatsoever that Ethereum is so punished. So if we really fulfilled that prophecy of Bitcoin dominance coming down, you don't have to make new highs. You can just play this bullshit. Although it should make new highs just based on the incentive of changing the entire fucking American financial system into stable coins. It should at least come here, right? And this move should be really good for Ethereum and Solana and other coins. While that move could be okay for Bitcoin. Like I said, Bitcoin has gone up. We just look at it right here from the lows right here. It's gone up 13%, whereas Solana has gone up almost 40%. Ethereum has gone up, what? This is the low. Almost 30%. And we're not going to count XRP, the future of France, because the future of France, my guys, it's not a top stablecoin chain. Like, I'm fucking sick and tired of your fucking stupid bullshit, guys. So it's staying the fuck out of my analysis. But yeah, that's the only thing that could be different this time around. You know what I mean? There could be some strength in there. But now we have to fight one big battle, which is every 4 years in midterm cycles, at the end of the year, after the elections are done, there's a dump. So there you have it.
Yeah, I don't even think Tron's in a bear market.
No, Tron's solid as fuck.
If you ignore December 2024's wick, like this is it. Yeah, it's a solid looking chart, truly.
And again, why is Ethereum not there? And also, by the way, Ethereum's not there. Guys, I don't know who's missing the train here and not looking at Circle right now. This is base, essentially. So, as you can see, there is some manipulation going. Oh, how about the Lucid one? Anybody like the Lucid chart that was fucking completely dead? This is a bottom, right? Like when you do this to people and everybody was like, because the amount of messages that I got for this, I've never gotten in my life. And I was like, dude, all you need to do is hold, right? So if you're investing in something that you believe in, you don't have to worry about making a new, if you will, it's a lower high from the macro overall, but it's a higher high here from all of this area.
Yeah, I see that. The daily's trend shifted now, potentially.
It's done a 2x in 3 days.
From the low of $2. And we're looking at Lucid. I didn't think it would hit $2, but I did think if it did, that would be an opportunity. And I didn't think it would be in a day, honestly. Shocked that it was all the way back up at $7. And imagine selling that on spot. Like you sell and panic on spot.
And you could only sell, you couldn't buy. It wouldn't take orders to buy. So like, you know what I mean? Like, come on.
Oh, man.
But if you wanted to sell, no problem, buddy. So a lot of people lost a lot of money right here with this fucking fuck you move. And now look, all the EMAs on the daily are right here, getting ready. You're above the 55. You're going to the 100 next. And what can I tell you about bullish divergence on the RSI, my friend? Look at this low. Look at how high it is in here. And that's on the weekly. What about the 2 week? Same thing. And you already went above all these highs.
Yeah, wow.
So people got fucking creamed.
And that, yeah, just looks like a typical fuck you bottom pattern, capitulation wick. Now we can potentially move up. And even if it goes up to the next moving average on the bi-weekly, it's at 1050. So
That'd be sweet.
Pretty insane.
Yeah. I mean, the market's beautiful because it's so, it's an exercise of it's a psychology exercise. Like it fucks with you until you can't take it anymore. And then you're like, well, this is going to zero, so I'm going to sell. Pew! And then it skyrockets like a motherfucker.
You're only smart for like a few seconds, maybe a day. And then the market loves to punish. Always.
Oh, yeah. No, this is fucked up. I've never seen, I actually have, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before. So.
Yeah, that's dramatic. Really not. No.
Where it literally looked like it was going to zero. Like this is like Bitcoin going to $15,000 in a day and then closing back above 60.
Yeah. Someone wanted to buy $2 and terrible you couldn't buy. I don't know when it unhalted for buys, if it was already past 2, 3, but still, I mean, even if you got in at 4.
Yeah.
Bad.
I bought some at 4 right here at 470. My average is at around the 8. So I'm not too stressed. I think I can easily do a double or a 2x, 3x on this easy because it's too punished just based on what it's worth. It's very stupid. And then Uber owns 10% of it, and they have like cars that drive themselves better than Rivians, and they're about to do like their cheap car this summer. The guy that the new CEO that they hired fired everyone, which was the right move. So they had all the right things in the making, but people just read the stupid headlines and then also listen to retards that have never done a single business in their life other than opening a YouTube channel and calling themselves entrepreneurs. So yeah, that's the price to pay.
And if those are the people you're trading against, perfect, honestly.
Isn't it incredible? Oh man, it's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. Well, thank you, boys. I'm going to do the drawing. So now, oh no, it's actually pretty clear. Alex, for you, it's you lose 62,200 on closing basis on a daily. Then you're going to the 49. For Farhan, he thinks that holding 60 will get us back with a herp and derp, the inverse herp and derp, as he calls it. And then it'll go back up to $67,000, $69,000.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. Okay. Glad I got that right. Okay. Is my coffee done? No, but goddamn, almost. Estaba enseñándole a Alex. No, es que, güey, me encanta el mercado. Este juego psicológico, güey, párame el pito. Por el amor de Dios, juega psicológicamente conmigo. Ahorita se los enseño. Primero vamos a regalar los últimos $3,000 de esta semana en nuestro sorteo de Bitunix. Recuerden que para participar lo único que tenían que hacer era registrarse para hacer sus trades usando nuestro link que está en Tutos, ¿no? En cómo usar Bitunix o en nuestro Discord, por supuesto. Vamos a empezar con los primeros. Vamos a empezar con $500, ¿no? Y estoy seguro que las mismas personas van a ganar una vez más porque hay muy poca gente igual de degenerada que nosotros tradeando en el verano. Señores, por eso están haciendo estas gatadas. Por eso a la gente que tenía Lucid, que no tenía convicción en Lucid, se los abrocharon. Vamos a ver. Y uno de nuestros primeros ganadores es Osvaldo@gmail.com. No es Osvaldo, pero parece que sí, ¿no? Osv@gmail.com. Felicidades por estos $500. Recuerda que para poder reclamarlos, simplemente vete a tu campanita y píquele al cupón y con eso ya chingaste, mi hermano. No, me estoy regresando al siguiente round. Vámonos por los $1,000 entonces ahora. ¿Quién va a ser nuestro ganador de los $1,000, damas y caballeros? Noticias Telemundo, no confíes. Confíe. Vamos a ver, a mover la colita. Y nuestro segundo ganador de $1,000 es Leopoldo. No es cierto. Leonardo o Leo Messi. Leo Messi está participando con nosotros, así que Leo Messi se lleva estos $1,000. No, es que los argentinos, ya cállense, por el amor de Dios, todos. Ya cállense, me están volviendo loco. Ven, me tienen haciendo todas las imitaciones de Donald Trump con sus tonterías. Así que bájenle de huevos si no voy a continuar. Vamos a ver quién se lleva los $1,500 el día de hoy. Y felicidades a nuestros 3 ganadores por adelantado. Es... ¡Pum! Ira o Elra. Cualquiera de los dos, Ira o Elra. Muchísimas felicidades, estimados. Se llevaron $3,000 el día de hoy que está dando el E-Trading Academy con Bitunix. Como siempre, esto probablemente cambie la próxima semana. Ya les estaremos platicando algo emocionante. Vamos a ver cómo se da. Otra cosa que estaba enseñando en este momento es, yo creo que voy a empezar con vamos a empezar con rápido unas tablas, ¿no? En chinga. Esta es una tristeza grande, 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 grande que me da con toda la gente. Y esto es un ejemplo perfecto. Y esto es algo que leí en el chat que me dio muchísimo gusto. Pero esto es una operación psicológica en todos ustedes, en todos nosotros, no nada más en ustedes, ¿no? Como si yo fuera algo más, ¿no? Es una operación psicológica en absolutamente todos nosotros, tíos. Primero que nada, estás viendo una tabla de 2 semanas en Lucid. Puedes ver esta gran vela verde en la que estás tocando el promedio del 9 en este momento. Este fue el fondo. ¿Estás de acuerdo? No hay de otra. Pues, tíos, en el RSI el fondo estuvo aquí. Entonces, este no fue el fondo, por supuesto que no, lo puedes ver. Este fue el fondo. Esto es una divergencia alcista en la de 2 semanas y ya se llevó los máximos acá de todo. Es básicamente una autoconfirmación en putiza. Esto es como se ve un fondo. Esto es como se siente un fondo. Cuando llegas... Ahora, hay 2 formas de cerrar fondos. Tienes la primera, que te aburran hasta que te canses, voltees a ver otros lados y ahí es donde te la meten, ¿no? Que es una manera bastante suave de atorártela. O una de estas, donde te hacen pensar que la empresa se va a ir a la bancarrota de la noche a la mañana por ninguna razón. Te la crees, te ponen la noticia, el precio de la acción cae, no te dejan comprar, pero sí te dejan vender. Entonces, si fuiste de aquellos, te sacaron y esto empezó a subir con fuerza, dándote estas divergencias alcistas en la semanal, la de 2 semanas, en todas las putas tablas, básicamente. Y ahora va en camino para arriba, ¿no? Es así como te cogen. Es literalmente así como te cogen. Y por eso, y sé que suena como disco rayado, pero tienes que tener convicción en lo que estás haciendo. Porque esto no me hizo a mí, no me movió, o sea, ni los pelos púbicos para pensar en vender. Y esta es una lección grande y me da mucho gusto. Vi acá uno. Ah, felicidades, Ramón. Muchísimas felicidades. Te llevaste 1,500. Nada mal, nada mal. Felicidades, Ramón. Me da muchísimo gusto. ¿Qué es lo que estaba diciendo? Ah, aquí alguien me había dicho que. Vamos a ver si lo tengo por acá. Con Lucid pasé un rato muy interesante porque no dejaba de escuchar la vocecita en mi cabeza que me decía que sacara lo que quedaba y rescatara la lana. Efectivamente, mi estimado Jorge, ahí escuchaba cómo decías que no tomara decisiones desde la emoción. No compré más por miedo, pero no me salí. Creo que eso es un avance, tío, y eso es gracias a ETA y las guías de ustedes, 3 maestros. Felicidades, mi estimado Jorge. Bien hecho, porque sí, la emoción es lo más difícil de manejar y esto es una operación psicológica en contra de tus emociones. Cuando tus emociones están dictando qué hacer, tienes que pensar, esto es lo que está buscando el mercado. ¿Qué es lo que busca? Que venda. Mis emociones me están diciendo vende. Y esto es, me lo preguntan en todas las clases. ¿Cómo le hago para no caer en esas trampas? No dejarte llevar por tus emociones. Tienes que crecer un callo de no mames, pero de no mames. De eso se trata este pedo. Entonces, esto es lo primero que les quería enseñar. Lo segundo que les quería enseñar es la tabla de la dominancia de Bitcoin. Vamos rápido a la tabla de la dominancia de Bitcoin, donde estamos analizando básicamente la trimestral para quitarle el ruido a este pedo. Y tenemos que hablar de algo. La dominancia de Bitcoin sube cuando Bitcoin es el protagonista de los rallies. La dominancia de Bitcoin cae cuando las altcoins son los protagonistas de los rallies. Este rally fue el primer rally que tuvieron las altcoins como Ethereum, ¿se acuerdan? En estas fechas, ¿no? Hasta enero del 2018. Y luego tuvimos este rally en los altcoins, porque fue una caída grande de la dominancia de Bitcoin, en el 2021. Esto fue cuando los NFTs y todas esas mamadas me hicieron perder una fortuna. No. Cayó la dominancia acá. Y pueden ver que desde entonces, desde el 2021, literalmente, la dominancia de Bitcoin simplemente ha estado subiendo. ¿No? Pero ahora pueden ver que está bajando. Y la herramienta que quiero usar en este momento para todos ustedes, hay dos cosas. Tienes un doble techo en el pecho, aquí, bastante obvio, denme un segundito. ¿Lo voy a usar con una entera o no? Sí, lo voy a usar así, porque aquí se puede ver bastante bien. Pueden ver exactamente aquí perfectamente cómo esta zona literalmente fue una zona de rechazo divina. Y ahora, esto, un alto más bajo, después de haberlo sacado. Y ustedes van a decir, pero Alejandro, Bitcoin es la excelencia de todas las criptomonedas. Bitcoin y los Bitcoiners son las tetas de la vaca, son la leche de la mismísima vaca en sus tetas, son las tetas de Sydney Sweeney en mi boca. Son literalmente los bien asoleados, los mejores nutridos, los más mamados, los más inteligentes Bitcoiners de todo el mundo. Y yo diría correcto. Estuviste en lo correcto desde el 2021 hasta el 2026, mi chavo. Completamente en lo correcto, ¿no? Todos los Bitcoiners celebrando, chupando chichis en el sol, súper asoleados, pasándosela de no mames. Pero ahora tienen un problema. Y este problema es esto. Si esta caída en la trimestral nos confirma por debajo de la media, la última vez que esto ocurrió fue acá. Fue literalmente acá. Perdimos la media y nos dio el rally de altcoins. Y ahora aquí es donde muchos de ustedes van a decir, y esto es donde tienen que aplicar un poco. Para mí las historias macro, ¿no? Cuando alguien te da un análisis geopolítico, un análisis macroeconómico, inventado. Todo. Porque la relación de China, Irán, todos esos güeyes son brothers, todo esto es un mega desmadre súper bien coordinado, excelente para poner un súper teatro y hacer que todo el mundo se espante en todo tipo de situaciones. Pero ojo aquí, aquí sí tenemos algo que está cambiando fundamentalmente basado en las leyes, en la manera de operar del sistema financiero. Y eso es la introducción de monedas estables. Y el pedo, ¿sabes qué? Voy a hacer que Grok me lo traduzca a español para no tener que enseñarles algo en inglés y digan, no, güey, no te creo, es lo que me enseñaste, brother, no tiene nada que ver. Pero la dominancia de Bitcoin en mi punto de ver, y es por eso, ¿no? Cuando me preguntan qué tienes en tu portafolio, no es Bitcoin, señores. Es cualquier cosa que vaya apalancada de en el sector, pero no es Bitcoin. Lo más cerca que tengo a Bitcoin es Strategy. Y Strategy está súper castigado, ¿no? Una excelente posición. Pero la razón por qué es sencilla. Le pedí a Grok que me diera las top 3 monedas estables, ¿no? ¿Cuál es la cadena donde se están moviendo las top 3 monedas estables? ¿Por qué hago esto? Porque donde se muevan la mayor cantidad de monedas estables, mis estimados, es lo que mayor volumen va a cargar en dólares. El mayor volumen de dólares cargado en una cadena es lo que hace el precio del altcoin subir. Por ejemplo, si tienes un chingo de movimiento en dólares en Solana, el precio de Solana explota al alza como lo hizo con los NFTs. Por eso Solana reventó a la alza. Fue la cadena transaccional en NFTs que le rompió los huevos a Ethereum. ¿Ok? Y ahora, Base, de Coinbase, es la cadena que mueve el mayor número el mayor volumen de monedas estables, por un trecho margen por delante de Ethereum. ¿Alguien se acuerda en qué cadena está Base? En Ethereum, señores. Es un L2 de Ethereum. Entonces, básicamente, el 1 y el 2 son Ethereum. Datos más recientes de junio del 2026. Estamos en julio, hace un mes. Según el análisis on-chain de Visa, y ahora podemos tomarlo por lo que es, ¿no? Mide el volumen de transacciones ajustado en stablecoins. El volumen total ajustado de julio son 1,079 billones de dólares, un récord histórico, 63% más al respecto a mayo. Las top 3 cadenas por volumen de transacciones de stablecoins son Base, que está en Ethereum. Esto quiere decir que Coinbase tiene 31% del mercado, Ethereum tiene 31% del mercado. Y luego Ethereum también tiene 31% del mercado. Ethereum tiene 60% del mercado de monedas estables. Y aquí hay una sorpresa, Tron. No entiendo por qué vergas y quién transacciona en Tron, pero vamos con ello, ¿no? Tron tiene el 18% del mercado. Como pueden ver, contexto clave, el volumen ajustado filtra el ruido de cómo bots de trading de alta frecuencia, rebalanceos de tesorería de exchanges, etcétera, repetidas de smart contracts, refleja la mayor actividad económica real con pagos DeFi, remesas, liquidaciones, etcétera. USDC dominó el total del volumen en 1.21 billones de dólares, ¿no? Mientras que USDT representó 576 mil millones de dólares. Esto muestra un cambio hacia USDC, Coinbase, Coin, Circle, a la cantidad de on-chain, aunque USDT sigue teniendo la mayor capitalización de mercado y el suministro en muchas cadenas. Base lidera gracias a su rápido crecimiento de Layer 2 de bajo costo en Ethereum. Una vez más, 63% de todas las monedas estables del top 3 se mueven en Ethereum. Y probablemente si les enseñan otras, son L2 de Ethereum, etcétera. Da igual. Ethereum sigue siendo una capa de liquidación principal. Tron destaca por transferencias de USDT de alto volumen y bajo costo, especialmente remesas y pagos en mercados emergentes, y posee la mayor suministro de USDT, para que lo tengan en mente. Otras cadenas destacadas. Solana es muy fuerte en cantidad de transacciones. A menudo lidera el número de transferencias en USDC de Coin. Ha sido rápidamente en actividad el suministro de stablecoin. Sin embargo, no entró en el top 3 de volumen total durante junio, según los datos de Visa Aluminum. Otras cadenas como Arbitrum, BSC, Polygon tienen actividad relevante. ¿Alguien puede notar dónde vergas está mencionado XRP? En lo que estás yendo a un futuro, a un mundo nuevo, donde estamos cambiando todo nuestro dinero por monedas estables. ¿Alguien puede decirme dónde vergas está XRP, si va a ser la plataforma, el cambio a todo esto y va a ser la... Porque recuerda que te puedes mandar, en este momento puedes hacer esta prueba, si eres un capitán de XRP, compra USDT en Ethereum o compra USDC en Ethereum, ¿no? Porque tú dices que es la manera en que los bancos van a transaccionar de un país a otro. Y haz este ejercicio. Busca a alguien que viva en otro país y mándale esos USDT en Ethereum. Y vas a ver que no necesitas una tercera cadena. ¿Por qué digo esto? Si la dominancia de Bitcoin está cayendo y todo el mundo dice, no, güey, es que no va a haber un alt season igual que el de antes. Sí va a haber, pendejos, por la cantidad de transacciones que existen de monedas estables. Volumen de monedas estables hace que todas las monedas como Solana, Ethereum, que son grandes lugares para transaccionar, revienten a la alza. Coinbase, castigadísimo, brother. Circle, no, güey, es que nunca más va a volver a bajar. Pero no sé por qué estaba haciendo eso. Circle está a $9 del fondo. En lo que Tron, que ni siquiera sé cómo se pone Tron, Tron USD, vamos a usar eso. No, no es eso. En lo que Tron está en un mercado alcista. ¿Por qué Ethereum y Coin y Coinbase y Circle no están en un mercado alcista? Pero Tron sí. ¿Pueden entender dónde existe la mayor cantidad de valor que hay? Y esto es lo que tienen que ver, y es por eso que esta es mi industria. Esto es lo que me gusta a mí, esto es lo que estoy siguiendo, esto es lo que entiendo, y siento que entiendo mejor que mucha gente. Tal vez no que todos, pero que mucha gente. No me dejo llevar por el ruido pendejo. No compro Bitcoin porque es la salvación del planeta y va a salvar a todos del apocalipsis, ¿no? porque lo que va a salvar a todos del apocalipsis es la pistola más grande del planeta y ya. Y saber cómo defenderte. Por ende, ¿va a haber un alt season? Definitivamente, a cierto punto lo habrá. Vamos a ver algo literalmente ridículo que traiga a todo el mundo otra vez de vuelta a cripto. Tengo una especulación completamente estúpida y eso a cierto punto haga que la dominancia de Bitcoin vuelva a reventar a la alza y tenga otra vez, definitivamente. Entonces, ¿la jugada en dónde está? Primero en altcoins, primero en derivados de Bitcoin y al final en Bitcoin. Al mero final de todo. ¿Ok? Nada más. Es todo lo que tengo que traerles a la mesa con eso, para que se les quede, no sé, para confundirlos, ¿no? Es lo que busco, como siempre. En fin, no puedo esperar a que me etiqueten en Twitter diciéndome lo pendejo que soy y que una persona que nunca en su puta vida ha hecho nada con su vida me diga cómo no entiendo nada de cómo funciona el mundo y el sistema financiero. En fin. Vamos al análisis de Bitcoin. Bitcoin, por supuesto, y vamos a verlo en putiza en la trimestral. La trimestral tiene aquí el índice de Bitcoin, algo divino que nos está enseñando. Este gráfico trimestral, en mi opinión, es brutal. Te enseña exactamente dónde estamos parados en este momento. Un claro mercado bajista. Hemos tenido 1, 2, 3 meses completamente rojos. 3 meses completamente rojos. Lo contrario al dólar, ¿no? El dólar literalmente nos ha demostrado, si lo ven en la trimestral, pueden ver 3 velas para acá en rojo. El dólar nos ha puesto y dado la pauta con 4 velas en verde y una quinta en rojo en este momento que se puede poner verde en cualquier segundo. Pero yo diría, güey, date un respiro, tranquilo, puedes quedarte en rojo, no te me desesperes, tío. Y por ende hemos tenido un rally bastante bajista. Bueno, estamos en un mercado bajista en Bitcoin, además de que pasa cada 4 años, ¿no? ¿Qué lo hace bajista? Tienes un claro tope, tienes un cierre muy por debajo de esta vela topera, tienes continuación y además de todo, rompes la tendencia a largo plazo en lo que fue el punto más alcista de todo, que fue aquí. Y para ver esto los voy a poner en la mensual. La mensual lo dibuja perfectamente. Porque esto que están viendo aquí a la izquierda fue el primer tope del 2021. Este es el segundo tope del 2021, el que nos llevó a $69,000. Esto, justamente aquí, fue el rechazo del 2024, que cayó hasta agosto del 2024. Y una vez acabado todo esto, cuando Trump les preguntó que si se estaban divirtiendo con su Bitcoin, todo el mundo dijo no, pero en realidad sí, porque esto subió. Una vez que retomamos esta línea amarilla, no tienes que ponerle. Mucha gente siempre se caga de risa de que no puedes solamente poner una línea y decir que esta línea es importante o no. Para mí, y me vale verga lo que diga todo el mundo, todo lo hago personal, no lo estoy intentando inculcar en ustedes. Esto es mi punto de vista de verlo. Para mí sí es. Para mí, una vez que Bitcoin esté por encima de esta línea, tradeando otra vez con fuerza, es lo que nos va a llevar otra vez a altos históricos. Por ahora estamos por debajo y estamos en un mercado bajista, estamos creando nuevos mínimos en todos lados y simplemente todo el mundo está esperando a que tengamos un mercado bajista como el del 2022. El pedo del mercado bajista del 2022 es que es relativo, carnales. Como pueden ver, hay veces, la línea roja de aquí abajo fue lo que nos marcó fondo y la línea naranja de acá fue la resistencia. Estábamos rangueando aquí, ¿no? Para que no se me pierdan, en este lugar. Cuando yo veo los precios de algo, tengo que analizar si va a ser un mercado más fuerte relativo al pasado o más débil. Yo no creo que es un mercado más débil que el 2022 porque todo, los índices, todo está arriba. La generalidad, ¿no? De la bolsa, la idea de la bolsa. Y para mí, venir a tocar esto demostraría el mismo tipo de debilidad que en el 2022. Esto está en $48,000. Por eso para mí esos 48 tal vez no lleguen. Cuando volteo a ver antes la debilidad del ciclo del 2018, pude ver que nos quedamos en la línea naranja y nunca tocamos la línea roja. Por más que nos hayamos acercado aquí, no lo tocamos. Y acá, pues sí, cerramos un abajo, un poquito más abajo en el 2018. Y después esto de acá es COVID, algo que normalmente no pasa, dirían muchos analistas, ¿no? Y aquí simplemente esto se fue de acá todo el 2018, aguantó este pedo muy cerca de donde está. ¿No? Aquí este minimillo se fue para acá y luego vino otra vez e hizo un fondo más alto. Pero la zona de debilidad, porque lo que tienes que hacer es hacerlo relativo. La zona de debilidad fue el promedio del 55 en la mensual. Si vamos al ciclo de antes, donde no había un promedio del 100, puedes ver que el ciclo del 2018 nos dijo que se estaba volviendo más débil Bitcoin, porque aquí no cerraste por debajo nada del 55 en la línea naranja. Este fue el ciclo de entre el 2013 hasta el 18, ¿no? Entonces, aquí puedes ver que apenas si tocaste la línea naranja. Y luego nos vamos al del 2018 y verás que ahí sí cerraste bajo la línea naranja. Lo que me estaba diciendo que tenía menos fuerza, ¿ok? Que se estaba volviendo más débil Bitcoin. Pero nunca tocaste el rojo. Nunca, la línea roja. Hasta el 2022. En el 2022 sí la tocaste. Y ahora esto tendría dos sopas. Y aquí es algo donde yo analizo los precios de en dónde voy a invertir basado en esto. Aquí tengo de dos sopas. Bitcoin se está volviendo más fuerte o más débil. Si vi que en los últimos 3 ciclos se estaba volviendo más débil y llegó a esto, digamos que voy a decir que se está volviendo más fuerte. Y lo único que está haciendo es cerrando por debajo del 55 de la línea naranja y no va a tocar el 100. Es lo que yo pienso. Pero podría ser, si Bitcoin se está volviendo más débil todavía, ¿no? Por cuarta ocasión. Pues, güey, ¿por qué chingados no te llevarías esto y vendrías más o menos a esta zona de 30 y tantos mil? Pero en verdad, Bitcoin se está volviendo más débil que antes. Yo no lo creo. Personalmente, yo no lo creo. Ustedes pueden pensarlo y pueden pensar que se va a repetir lo mismo y que vamos a fondear exactamente el mismo lugar que antes en el promedio del 100. Personalmente me cuesta mucho trabajo creerlo. Ahora voy a dejar que esto me hable, pero yo ya estoy preparado para todo esto. Yo ya estoy posicionado, hay cosas que me faltan colocar, que estoy esperando, circle de mierda, y simplemente estoy listo para lo que vaya a pasar, sea más débil o no. Lo que he dicho es, hay algo que totalmente se repite en todos los ciclos de Bitcoin, y eso es que en agosto, de julio a agosto, los voy a llevar a la semanal en putiza, porque todo el mundo está pensando ahorita que solamente se está repitiendo el 2018 y ahorita tiene que pasar lo de 2018. No, el 2022 fue idéntico también ahorita por temporalidad. El 2022, esto que estás viendo aquí, es junio. Aquí, esto, la caída a $17,000, es junio. ¿Ok? Esto es mediados de agosto. Si vemos esta fuerza de mediados de aquí a mediados de agosto, y una vez más, no tengo prisa, ¿no? Y veo que esto sube. Esto también fue un subidón de ¿cuánto? De 42%. Y veo que sube Bitcoin 30%, por ende, todo lo que está al lado está amarrado a Bitcoin. Da ese subidón que también lo hizo en el 2022. Coinbase, MicroStrategy dieron un pump de 2x, 1.5, lo que sea. Me voy a salir y voy a esperar una vez más a comprar un poco más abajo o en el mismo punto del precio donde compré yo. Aquí bajó nada. En el 2022 bajó nada. La que nos debería espantar es la comparación con el 2018. Aquí bajó 12%. Bitcoin baja 12% más, tío. Me puede mamar un huevo la bajada, ¿ok? El pedo fue el 2018. Pero la diferencia es sencilla. En el 2018, ¿y cómo lo vas a saber? El 2018 nunca volvió a bajar de acá hasta diciembre. Eso quiere decir que si ahorita Bitcoin encuentra fuerza y se va para arriba y no baja y no baja y no baja, simplemente hay que ser paciente para colocar una vez que sea fin de año. Porque ahí o nos va a dar un movimiento a $30,000 o nos va a dar el mismo movimiento del 2022 a $56,000, $53,000. Punto. Y eso sería el fin de esto. Y ahí lo que tengo que ver es cómo se compara con mis inversiones, ¿no? Que ya he hecho el análisis de eso. Por ahora, en la semanal, Bitcoin ha estado aguantando por 2 semanas. Y esto es muy importante. La tabla semanal es déjate guiar, carnal. Déjate guiar. La tabla semanal, tuviste un cierre por debajo del S&P 200. Este es el S&P 200. Tuviste un cierre por debajo del S&P 200. Solo uno. Y has tenido 1, 2 por encima. No solo del S&P 200 semanal, pero también del promedio del 5. La última vez que lo hiciste fue aquí, cuando tuviste ese pompazo $80,000. Y ahorita estás cayendo. Sigues por encima del S&P 200, que está en 63,100, en el índice. Si esta chingadera, y ahora, lo correcto, si eres Bitcoin, que eres una mierda y una cagada de persona, para espantar a todo el mundo, lo que debería hacer es cerrar por debajo del S&P 200 por tantito. Y ahí la próxima semana abrir con una fuerza cabrona que te diga, no, es que el Clarity Act ya pasó y se lo metió por el ano Donald Trump y todo el mundo, güey, no lo puedo creer, yo soy Bitcoiner. Y se va para arriba. Pero por ahora estás en una tendencia bajista. Estás con este alto, haciendo un alto más bajo acá. Este alto fue en 67. ¿Qué le gusta a Bitcoin hacer antes de subir? Llevarse los bajos, ¿no? Bajo, bajo, sube, se llevó este bajo, nuevo mínimo. Y ahora me estás diciendo que Bitcoin está subiendo. Y esto es un poco entender cómo funciona cada asset, ¿no? Cada bien, porque Bitcoin funciona diferente a cómo se mueve la tabla de Apple. Pero me estás diciendo que Bitcoin fue muy honesto y esta vez no se llevó este alto para después caer otra vez. No, 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 ok. Bitcoin ya cambió de forma de ser y ahora solamente te está siendo honesto. No, es que ya perdí este mínimo y con este mínimo que fue más bajo y luego este y luego hice este más bajo. Entonces definitivamente voy para abajo y va a continuar solamente yendo para abajo. El cierre de esta semana semanal debería de hacer que todo el mundo que eres bajista se cambie de carril. Por eso me cuesta trabajo pensar que el cierre va a ser por encima del promedio del 200 semanal. Esa es la clave para cualquier mercado alcista o bajista en el planeta. El pedo, y lo que hemos platicado varias veces, es que también tienes posibilidades de divergencias alcistas tremendas en la semanal y en la de 2 semanas. ¿En la de 2 semanas también? No, creo que solo en la semanal. No, sí, en la de 2 semanas también, en Bitcoin. Y lo que tienes que hacer es, pues, treparte por encima de 65,500. Es lo único que tienes que hacer en cierres semanales o de 2 semanas para poder hacer eso. La diaria se ve más castigada. Lo hemos dicho antes, que está formando un patrón de hombro, cabeza, hombro. ¿Tiene que a huevo jugar? No. Pero lo que habíamos dicho es, vienes aquí, güey. ¿Qué tienes? Una oportunidad de un trade rápido. Justo fue lo que platicamos el miércoles. Y es lo que te dio este trade rápido. Y ahorita está aguantando acá. ¿Tiene que a huevo caer? No, pero a mí personalmente sí me gustaría verlo armar ya bien el patrón acá. Un segundo. Porque para mí esto es como fue el breakout, ¿no? Pero esto es lo correcto, ¿no? Hombro, cabeza, hombro. Bueno, el segundo hombro pudo haber sido este. Todo esto y ya. Y ahorita lo único que estás haciendo es retesteando el hombro por afuera para continuar subiendo. Aún así, puedes pintar esto aquí, que venga, baje. Esto es lo que piensa Farhan va a pasar. Que vayamos a ver $60,000, que $60,000 aguante y de ahí reviente al alza. Si llegas a ver $60,000, es cuando te quieres trepar en un long rico. Alex no lo ve así. Alex dice que si perdemos, no sé por qué saqué esto, si perdemos los 62,200 en un cierre diario, vamos a ver 49. Vivo y en directo. Se llega a perder, ¡pum! Vámonos para abajo. Sería la idea. ¿Dónde harías el corto? En el retesteo de los 62,200, 62,800 más o menos, y ahí lo agarras hasta abajo. Esa sería la idea. ¿Puede que haga eso? Sí, nada está escrito. Nada más, esa sería la primera vez en la historia de Bitcoin que haría un mínimo en verano. Después de junio, vaya. Sería la primera vez. Y es lo que tienes que tener en mente para este tipo de mamadas. Que nunca ha ocurrido todavía eso. Y sobre todo no en los últimos 2 ciclos que ya son más avanzados en la vida de Bitcoin. Entonces, ¿qué hay por ahorita? Ahorita existe una cosa que no me gusta ver aquí, por ejemplo, si eres alcista aquí, no te has llevado todo esto hacia una línea perfecta de bajos más altos. ¿Qué le gusta hacer a Bitcoin antes de subir? Un nuevo bajo, ¿no? Para mí, ¿dónde está eso? Aquí. ¿Dónde está esa línea? Para que lo vean. ¿Qué es lo que Bitcoin tiene que llevarse para espantar a todo el mundo? 61,200. ¿Tiene que a huevo venir a los 60,000 si llega a eso? No. Pero para mí aquí yo empezaría, si tengo la idea de hacer un long acá con un 20x tranquilo, me meto en 61,200 la mitad de la posición y en 60 planos o 60,200 la segunda mitad. ¿Cuál sería mi invalidación? Abajo de esta vela, en 59,500. Abajo de acá, Nel, güey. Algo va a salir mal y esto ya va a ir para abajo y va a ser lo que dijo exactamente Alex. Pero a mí me cuesta trabajo pensar que eso sea el caso, que por primera vez en la historia de esta chingadera lo vaya a hacer. Así que hay 2 opciones aquí, ¿no? Que es lo que están viendo Alex. Porque venimos en una tendencia bajista, eso no podemos negarlo. Bajas, tienes este mínimo, tienes este máximo, un bajo más alto, pero tienes un alto mucho más bajo que este. Luego tienes un bajo más bajo que este, un alto mucho más bajo que este. Luego tienes un bajo más bajo que este. Luego vienes acá en lo que es un poco más como macro, si quieres verlo así. Un alto y un bajo más bajo que este. Y acá tienes un bajo más alto, un alto más alto que este, pero sigue siendo más bajo que este. No que este, pero sí que este. Entonces sigue siendo una tendencia bajista. Lo único que está haciendo Bitcoin es sus tradicionales mamadas de estas para poder hacer que todo el mundo se confunda chingón. En realidad ni siquiera lo pondría de ahí. Yo pondría eso como un SFP, lo que viste abajo, y hacer esto. Esto es lo que yo haría. Pues queda perfecto esto, ¿no? Un gran SFP aquí, que se quede por acá. Otra cosa que vale la pena ver, las lunas, señores. Estamos en la diaria, ya tuvimos nuestra luna bajista, ¿no? Luna alcista, la que marca el fondo, pegó. Luna que marca los topes, pegó. Llevamos 3 de 3. La última vez que falló fue acá, donde no vimos el fondo y continuó cayendo. Y esas fueron 4 lunas para atrás. Por ahora, está respetando perfecto. Puede que ya hayas visto todo el movimiento a la baja, sí. Pero yo le doy más probabilidad a jugar estos juegos. No están tirando malas noticias, te están diciendo que la bolsa va a caer, ¿no? Ya tienen a todo el mundo bien espantadito. ¿Por qué no tirar Bitcoin ahorita, el fin de semana, dejar que vaya para abajo tantito, el lunes abrir más abajo? Sí, eso es una nota buena, ¿eh? Si ves que el domingo Bitcoin está aquí abajo, en 61, ¿no? O en 62, lo que tú quieras. El lunes te va a dar una mejor entrada, porque cuando abran el mercado van a querer espantar a todos. Si es que llega a pasar esto, si ahorita ya se da la vuelta a esta chingadera, pues ya se dio la vuelta a esta chingadera. Pero aquí es sencillo. Ven este nivel de 62,800, piérdelo y el retesteo es lo que le vas a hacer corto y probablemente uses esta vela como invalidación o puedes ver en temporalidades más bajas. Esa es la opción de que nos vamos para abajo, como dice Alex. La opción de Farhan es, vas a venir a 60,000, aquí, a esta zona de 60,000, y aquí es donde quieres entrar y poner tu invalidación aquí o en 57,000, depende cómo la quieras jugar para poder tener eso. Bitcoin sigue en una tendencia bajista, no hay nada que lo haya cambiado todavía, y simplemente está siguiendo temporalidad de ciclo, verano, idéntica. Y en realidad la bolsa... eso es algo que quería yo ver con la bolsa. Déjenme escondo las lunas. Voy a poner la semanal. ¿Se acuerdan? En el 2024 tuvimos un bajón que le echamos la culpa a los pobres japoneses, ¿no? Esos pinches japoneses, su reverse carry trade. Denme un segundo. 2021, 24. Es este, ok. Topamos el 15 de julio. ¡Uy, güey! Acá y caímos hasta acá. ¿Lo pueden ver? Esto es lo que yo creo que estamos viendo ahorita. Cayó un 10%. Esta de acá es la de principio de año. Esta es la de verano, en el 2018. Y el 15 de julio. Y ahorita, ¿cómo estamos en el SP500? ¡Tarán! ¿Dónde está ese 10%? Lo habíamos cantado ya aquí atrás. Llegamos temprano a la fiesta. Sería el promedio del 55 en 6,800. Una caída equivalente a la de ese verano. ¿Por qué no la del verano pasado, no? La del 2025. ¿Por qué no la tomamos en cuenta? Porque es si entre cada 4 años tienes que tomar cada 2 años. Como lo del ciclo de Bitcoin, que no se repitió el pasado, se está repitiendo el del 2018. Es un poco así el pedo. O mínimo así me huele. Entonces, aquí nos dieron la idea de que el reverse carry trade, y aquí fue donde te dijeron que definitivamente Japón iba a colapsar y la chingada, y ¡pito! No colapsó. Aunque la caída grande estuvo puesta, la de los aranceles del 2025, y probablemente en el 2027 tengamos un principio de año turbio y después nos vayamos para arriba. ¿Qué pasó el 15 de julio a agosto en Bitcoin hace 2 años? Fuimos de 69,000 a 50,000. Fue lo que habíamos visto. Y aquí podríamos acompañar al mercado, y Alex tendría razón, ¿no? Que este trade viene para abajo, acá, nos vamos para arriba. Eso sería para mí ese sería el escenario perfecto, porque ya nos desharíamos de toda la mamada del mercado bajista, etcétera. No replicaríamos la mega caída del 2018 y vámonos para arriba. Solamente para que lo tengan en mente. Vale. Perdón que me tardé tanto, pero yo creo que había muchísimas cosas que ver el día de hoy, ¿no? Vamos a ver. Vamos a empezar con Alejandro. ¿Podrías, por favor, preguntar a Alex Farhan qué tomaron en cuenta para la invalidación de la entrada en el short del QQQ que mandaron la semana pasada? Mr. Alex and Farhan, whoever sent out the short for the QQQ, what made you invalidate it? Or what made you put the invalidation that you did?
Yeah, let me put that up. Let me see. Because it's actually pretty, like visually you can see it. If I just share my screen. Nice. So for the QQQ short, which did play out pretty nicely, it was all just based firstly on, let me get the rainbow chart off so we can see it a little more clear. It was based on this kind of range that we've been in, a lot of chop. And the big basis of it was Well, firstly, what made me like even want to short this was the price divergence, even on like the daily. We identified this on stream, and we were just noticing every major lower high. It'll be better shown on the 2-day. Uh, it's just, well, every wick high on the 2-day is not taking out the previous one starting since June. And to me, that makes it very interesting because at least that makes the invalidation very easy. So when I had posted that short trade yesterday, we were literally in a daily sell trigger. We're under the daily 34. And for me, it was very easy to take shorts at like that 714 to around 712 zone, just simply based on the idea that as long as we stay under Wednesday's high, we're just going to be in that dynamic of lower highs here. You even see it here. And that's what broke us down. And then that's where my system says, yes, we are in a sell trigger. 34 is a good place to reject. And even if you didn't fully position there, I don't really view the 55, but I view the 100, and that made it a pretty easy spot. Still, even if you position down here, so that, as long as you understood the invalidation around this zone, and even then, right? So if we were playing the 34, that was the hard stop loss right at the lower high. But then you could easily have cut the trade if the 34 got reclaimed. So you had options here at QQQ. Price divergence was the key thing that was telling me to short this, and it was giving me a very easy invalidation. When you identify bearish characteristics and they're just consistent lower highs, that means that you have a very easy trigger and also a place on when you're wrong. So had we broken this high, that's a trend shift, and we don't want to be really shorting into that. So hopefully that made sense. But that was kind of the explanation on even why I found a short on QQQ yesterday.
Thank you, senor. I'll translate this real quick. And then we got what? SanDisk. I want to trade that bullshit. That's what they're saying. So just a trade. And then
I think that dumped actually.
Say that again.
I think SanDisk dumped. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. It has been dumping. Everything is dumping now because you're going into the weakness of like the summer. We had this type of weakness in 2024, in July 2024, where what they called it was the reverse carry trade, and the indexes went down about 10%. The S&P 500 went down about 10%. That's what I was showing people right now.
Mm-hmm.
And stocks come down like harder, right? Because the indexes is just like the best performing one. So it always it's harder. Like a 10% correction on an index is crazy.
Oh yeah.
And right now they're trying to scare everyone. So what I was telling people before we started this, because they also brought up like Trump came out and was like, these damn Chinamen, they play with our elections. This is not fair. They're with the Democrats, right? So they're scaring everyone right now into not buying the dip, if you will, which every 4 years when it's a midterm year, you have a dip, then you have a rally all the way through elections, and right after elections, it dumps.
I see.
So we're going to get into that rally. So people want to know, perhaps, if there's opportunities of buying these things, where?
Yeah, that makes sense, honestly. And it's smart because it's even like what we're saying with Bitcoin, like a bottom at 49, a bottom at 60. You're not buying at 110, hashtag Grant Cardone, 100K at all. So we are in the zones where a lot of things are, ideally at the spot to be looking for buy. So it does make sense, even with SanDisk down so much, to look for maybe a trade or an investment.
Yeah. And I always say, in a bear market, no one knows they're in a bear market. Like the last thing they tell you is, by the way, this is really bearish, right? Like even the living proof is Bitcoin. Bitcoin in October 10th of last year, the famous dip, right? It dropped like 20%. Everything fucking dropped crazy. And just because it recovered and they never gave anyone news, people were like, oh, it's a buying the dip opportunity. Once you see that and there's no explanation for these huge dumps, you run the fuck out. That's when you run. When they're telling you while it's coming down, oh, get ready because they're going to fucking rape you at night while it's coming down, then you're like, all right, I'm going to buy the dip.
It's true, though. Like when everyone's talking about Eric Trump, Q4 is bullish, totally despite the fact that everything just capitulated. And no one was scared about that, buying the dip dump.
No one
was just like, oh my gosh.
Dude, they did the same thing in 2022. I remember 2021, around December, it was 6th, 9th, or some shit like that. Bitcoin was $69,000 at the top. And then I remember that it was lower, but then he dipped to like $42,000 like one day. Like no one said anything. And Nayib Bukele came out and he goes, "That's right, guys. El Salvador's buying the dip." And I was like, yeah, let's buy the dip. Fucking huge mistake. No bad news, nothing. And remember, people noticed that we were in a bear market once we got to 60K on Bitcoin. Right now. The same thing happened back then. So if people right now are scared and they're like, "No, you should sell. The big crash is coming." That's when you want to find your levels to buy, so that you can get a massive rally into the end of elections, and then after the end of elections, sell, and it's the same fucking thing. Crazy.
The story goes on.
Yeah, I mean, and they repeat it over and over and over again, and it's just insane that it works so many times. But you know what? It's easier. So, in a way, thank you.
Yeah, honestly, fuck it. Thank you.
All right, so that SanDisk for a trade would be one, and then we had good morning. There's one question. If I use the copy, if I copy the bot and you guys close the bot, does it also close the trade that people are doing with the bot?
So it's going to send a notification anytime the bot edits, changes. If I add to it, it just sends you a notification. You just click on that and it'll proceed to do whatever we do to the bot. But you'll have to manually click on that notification and or update it if you don't click on the notification. But there is like a post notifications on the bot, and it always tells you any kind of changes on it. That way you can stay up to date with it. And you can also stop it at your will at any moment. A lot of those trades were doing well immediately, so I kept them open until now. But many could have just sold before they wanted.
Okay. Sounds good. And then after that, we're going to do oil for a trade, por favor.
Oh, how fun. Next week, oil will actually be setting up for something, so that's nice.
Yeah. Excellent.
Chipotle in Mexico City has opened.
Get ready. Get ready for another bankruptcy.
And the influencers are showing up like crazy. I think this is going to do well because so far it's like a status type of thing where people are eating at Chipotle and posting about it.
Well, they're probably getting paid to do that. And also, by the way, influencing in 2026, now, because I get emails still, right, from people like offering me things. But now the emails that I get are like, "Hey, do this as a collab. Like, you get to do this. Like, you get to come and eat my food and you get to come and drive my car. Like, it's a pleasure, right? Oh, yeah, let me go do publicity for you just in exchange for content." That's how much they devalued this industry, by the way. It's completely fucked. And I asked one of my boys that still does the car thing, I'm like, "Are you getting more of these?" And he goes, "That's the only thing I get now." People like messaging you and going like, "Hey, come review the car in exchange for content." I get a guy that normally there's these entrepreneurs, if you will, that message you and they're like, "Dude, can I pay you to be on your podcast?" And those have disappeared. And now it's like, "You will have the honor of interviewing this CEO of this guy, and he'll offer a great chat for your audience." I was like, "That's fucking awesome. Tell him to fuck off." No. Like, everything is an exchange now for an opportunity for content. I guess I'm dying for an opportunity for content, and everybody else is too. So I don't know if they're getting paid or not, but now they've made everything such a influencing event, right? Like, everything is now an opportunity for content for retards, basically. And every retard's taking the opportunity to do the content, which is sad.
Yeah. Especially in like Mexico City too.
That's how it is in Pakistan, where people turn McDonald's into a status symbol type of thing, where whenever they go to McDonald's, they make a whole event out of it. They all dress up in their best clothes. They make sure to take pictures in front of the McDonald's as close as they can get to feeling American, the higher status they have.
Yeah, 100%. And well, that's happening everywhere because they've changed all of this. This is a society that's been brainwashed into hyper spending, and they're hyper spending so that they can get the content.
It sure
right?
is expensive. I just saw a receipt for 640 pesos for one burrito.
Yeah, dude, who the fuck is gonna eat there? Like, and by the way, even like the nice, those fucking Mexicans that have money, I would rather go eat at a taqueria any day of the week than to Chipotle. The psychology hasn't changed. It's just like the stupidity of that they've been brainwashing to, like, you need to make this content so they can enjoy that stupid shit right now. But I think it's going to fail either way eventually. And by the way, eventually people are going to get tired of this fucking stupid content bullshit from people. Like, it's so stupid all around. Like, it's not interesting anymore. It's not fun.
Well, especially too with like Streamer University out, that's just crazy. So there's like a top on streaming content influencers soon, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, it's so ridiculous. Like, that dude's speed drives me nuts. It's one of the stupidest things I've ever seen in my life. And dude's just going places and filming himself the whole time he's there.
Literally.
What's the point of going? Just putting a show the whole, like, all of your life, every day, everything you're doing, you're filming. It's so bad. But this is, by the way, brainwashing for everyone. And they think it's cool because you get views. But then once you do it, you realize, oh, wait, I wanted to quit my 9 to 5 so I could be my own boss. And now I got to work 24/7 and think about it 24/7. And then I get sick when I stop doing it. Like, no. So this is soon going to crash down, like, tremendously. And more so because of the payment thing. Because even my wife's friends that influence for a living with their 20 followers, God bless them, swear to God, which is crazy to me, because the only people now paying are like Mangiaro and Ozempic and like the lose weight things. Everybody else is just giving you a content opportunity. It's like, dude, I can't make money on content opportunities.
You don't get paid on that. It
You
might
know
be
what I
fun
mean?
or good, but you don't get paid on that.
And the problem is none of them are YouTubers, so none of them know how to tell a story. They're all Instagrammers. Instagram doesn't pay shit. Belen keeps telling me, can you please send me your invoices? Like, I get a report from Meta of how much money I made on Instagram and from Facebook. And last month I made like 25 cents on Instagram, even though I had like 9 million views or something. So Belen sending that to her sister and going like, we can't go anywhere. We can't afford it. Alejandro got paid 25 cents. So that's it. We're done.
That's an amazing excuse.
But what I'm saying is, these other girls that get like 20 views that used to get paid by brands that make no sense, like thousands of dollars, are now having to work in exchange for content when the content makes them 20 cents. What's the point? You know what I mean?
Or it'll be like, maybe even, let's send you a swimsuit, put the link, 5% off, you get the rate back. Like, and people will get convinced on that. No one will actually buy from your link, and you just gave them like followers and publicity. Same exact thing, essentially.
Yeah. No, it's a dilution of everyone and everything. Yeah. It's terrible, but enjoy it. The fuck do I care? Thank you. ¿Por qué Alex o cómo les mandó este corto del QQQ y cómo lo invalidó, ¿no? Pueden ver esta línea de tendencia que está acá. Lo primero que tienen que notar es simplemente alto, alto más bajo, alto más bajo, alto más bajo. Es lo primero que tienes que notar. No importa que tus bajos estén siendo más altos, porque una vez que ves esto, entiendes que hay actividad bajista, ¿no? Si lo quieres ver así. La segunda cosa es, tienes un alto más bajo acá en los 724. Entonces, ¿qué ocurre? Pierdes el promedio del 34. Acuérdate que la forma en que lo ve Alex, la mejor forma de poner esto es así. Quito el 55. Voy a también quitar el 100, aunque no debería, ni el 200, porque sí los usa. Pero esto es lo que él básicamente usa. Y voy a quitar el 5. Tienes tu promedio del 9, el 21 y el 34. ¿Ok? Normalmente cuando estás en una tendencia alcista y lo ves acá, los promedios cambian de lugar en una zona, pum, y se van para arriba. Bien. ¿Qué es lo que te hace ser bajista o qué es lo que hace a Alex ser bajista? Perder el promedio del 34 cuando ves todos los promedios acá. El 34 es como su extremo más bajo. Eso es a lo que él llama un sell trigger. El gatillo de venta. Para él, perder esto. Para muchos de ustedes se confunden porque ven todos nuestros demás EMAs en la tabla y la chingada, pero él solamente está viendo esto. Y dice, si pierdo esto, el 34 es un evento de venta. Y hay veces que funciona y hay veces que no, porque recuerda, la primera vez que vas a venir a tocar la puerta en algo que pierdes, no puedes 100% quedártelo aquí y decir, ok, ahí va a caer y la chingada, ¿no? Pero una vez que lo haces 2, 3, 4 veces, ahí es cuando tienes la mayor cantidad de efectividad. Si es que eso es una palabra. Entonces, pierdes el promedio del 34. ¿Y qué es lo que te dice? ¿Cuál es la invalidación? Puedes usar el tope de la vela, puedes poner en la de 4 horas para ver dónde hay otra vela y está aquí en los 7:18. Puedes usar el tope de esta vela o puedes usar el tope de esta vela. Ya depende de ti 100% qué es lo que quieres hacer. Pero él es como saca esto. Ves en la diaria que tienes algo tan grande como la pérdida del promedio del 34. Ves que el 9 está por debajo del 34. Esto te dice mega debilidad. Siguiente objetivo debería ser el 55. Ya nos llevamos el 55 de corbata o no. Ya. Y ahora, esta es la primera vez que pierdes el 55. Probablemente tengas un rally de vuelta al 55 que está en los 700. ¿Dónde está el 100? Acá, de vuelta acá. En realidad puede que este movimiento... La siguiente parte de esto sería aquí. Hacer un corto otra vez acá en los 712 e invalidarlo acá o acá arriba otra vez. ¿Qué es lo que te imaginarías? Ya no aguantaría. Debería caer, venir a la media de este canal alcista y si no, romper para venir a buscar el 200, que está aquí abajo, que no has visto desde literalmente la caída en abril. No es tan raro ver eso, ¿no? Por debajo del 200. Simplemente había estado por encima, pum, lo pierdes. Exactamente. Y esto es lo que debería de ocurrir. Y esto también es lo que espanta a la gente, ¿no? ¿Qué tienes? Una caída de 8%. Una caída de 10% es bastante normal, saludable. 668 es lo que esperarías. Y este tipo de caídas tan grandes son como la de los aranceles, donde vienes del tope en octubre del 2025, haces un doble techo en el pecho, con enero del 2026 tienes una caída y vas al fondo. Yo pensaría, ¿no? Siempre estamos hablando aquí de debilidad, de cómo se ve la debilidad. Si vienes al tope y luego al fondo y luego al tope otra vez, esperarías que esta zona aguante. Y de ahí para arriba, para hacer otro tope en el techo, en el pecho, y ahí puedes venir a la parte baja del canal. Así que así lo sacó. Vamos a ver SanDisk para un trade.
Is that me?
I would think so.
All right. SanDisk. Does this thing top? I think it did.
Man, he hasn't been on the 100 in fucking years.
Jeez, on the 2-day, it never tested the 100.
That's
On
it.
the daily, long time, all the way back in 2025, it tested that 100 and then busting action from $40, well over $1,000. This is the real Bitcoin. Luna wants to get out.
Stop abusing your cats.
She cries like she's being tortured.
I know. It's amazing. It's like, fucking Vinny when he's hungry. He acts like he hasn't eaten all day. He eats like 3 times a day.
That's what Luna will do. Where in the night, sometimes we'll give her some chicken at like 10 o'clock, 10:30, and then in the mornings, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, she'll still have some in the bowl, but she'll come and cry.
Of Of course. Fucking brats.
She wants more.
Yeah.
And she won't even eat it. She'll stop crying after she gets it in her bowl. She just wants to see it.
Wow. Well, she just wants to make sure that you're right there being his bitch, just like Vinny with me.
And then she'll eat it throughout the day. But she makes sure she gets it at 6 in the morning, whether she's gonna eat it or not. So we'll start with Sandisk on the 2-day. We got momentum now breaking very heavily to the downside. We have not been this low on momentum since, let's see, not even this move in December of 25. Let's see how low we are now. We're at the 90 point to 94, 95. This came to 86. We didn't come down to this level since April of 25, since the tariffs. That was how much of a percentage moved down? And the tariffs was before the whole busting action situation. So back when everything was dying, you could have made the most epic return of life. This was a move down of 36%, down to around $30, and then from $30 it went to $2,300. That is like what? I think more than a 10x. It's like a 50x, something like that, 60x. That's a lot. I can't do the math, but that's a lot. And now you are tapping regions that you have not hit since price was at $30, while price is now doing $1,470, putting it one hell of a divergence there. You're taking out all of these previous lows, and price is making a significantly higher low from these levels here, putting in possibility of hitting bullish divergence. But as of now, you are going to require a close over $1,953 to confirm it. So it's going to be a little unlikely as of now. More likely, this is just going to go sideways for a little bit, and then eventually it'll be easier to confirm it. Then once you confirm it, then it'll give you a move back up to somewhere around these highs. But as of now, this is just an idea. And you still got the God mode sell signal playing out. Go to the daily. Daily is also freshly flipped down with hidden bearish divergence. Daily jewels entering back into the bearish control zone with fresh sell signal. Likely will come up to reject somewhere around like $1,550. And that will also line up with your 5 EMA, your 78.6%. And if you were to just do a simple meme line here, remove the HPDR. Right in that region here, which is your previous top. You top right here, you got a little pullback, and then when you bust it on through, this is where you held and you hit new highs. So now, and you also bounced here. So what was previously some pretty strong support is now going to get flipped into resistance. And this would be your ideal short entry, right around $1,560 to $1,570. And let's see if I can get you a better stop. 12-hour also hitting bearish divergence, also lining up with that 5 EMA, getting a little bounce from the 100. The last time you tested the 100 on the 12-hour was all the way back in September of 2025. This is the first time you're testing the 100 since the busting action started. 4-hour now starting to flip back up, putting in some bullish divergence with volatility going into contraction. This will confirm the bullish divergence with a knee close over $1,448, and then that'll take you up to the 9, which is right around that 1,570 number. And you can get a better stop on the 4-hour, where I wouldn't use this high. I'd use this one here at $1,812. See how much of a risk that is. That is about 14.7% against you. And from there, you'd be targeting. Let's go back into the weekly. Your next really zone of consolidation is right around here at $800. Yeah. I guess you could do psychological 1,000 and front run it. So that would be how much of a move down? To $1,000, that's like 35%, 36%. And if you were to take it to 970, which was the 21, that would be around about 38%. And that 800-ish level, which is your previous zone of consolidation, is closer to 50%. Nothing there. Let's look at the RSI. 2 days got bearish divergence. Next target is going to be the bearish control zone. It sits at 945, so I guess you could use that $970 area. Not really much of a difference. You want to front run it $1,000. Probably better to get the psychological level. And the neutral zone is currently sitting at 1642. Daily is broken into the bearish control zone, still have bearish divergence. Your bearish control zone is sitting at 1590, and critical zone's at 274. This is going to update several times. 12-hour bearish control zone, 1590. 8-hour bearish control zone, 1590. 4-hour about to put in some bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 1448. And then this gives you a move into about 1600. And this one is 1812, right? 2 hours also putting in bullish divergence, gives you a move into about 1670. And hourly's got bullish divergence, gives you a move into 1580. All right, let's check momentum. Two-day momentum is flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $1,743 with volatility expanding. Daily is also flipped down as long as you're closing below 1777 with volatility expanding. 12 hours freshly flipped down as long as you're closing below 1778. 4 hours also down as long as you're closing below 1697. And 2 hour is now about to flip back up as long as you close over 1380. I believe hourly is already going to be up, and the hourly is already up. Any divergence here? No, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 1345. So I do think you're going to see a little bit of a move up right now to give you your entry on the short, anywhere around 1580 to 1600 would be the entry. Your stop would be on the 4 hour, not this previous wick high, but the one right before there at 1813. And then you're going to be targeting 1000 for the psychological figure, and your bearish divergence target is going to be at around 950. And your 21, I believe, what time frame was it on? Was it quarterly? No. It was a 2-week, I believe. It was right around that 1000 level. Yeah, $950 level, 970, which also lines up with your bearish divergence target. And your stop is going to be at that 1813 level, which is not the previous 4 hour wick high, but the one before there, which puts you at around a 14 to 15% risk against you, versus to the $1,000 level. If you were to get at 1580 and put it to $1,000, that gets you around 35% in your favor. So it's more than 2 to 1 right there. Pretty good. And this is the first real pullback you're getting on SanDisk since this busting action kind of initially started.
What was the invalidation on the 4 hour? The green candle right here?
The one before that one.
This one.
The wick high at 1813.
Okay, so right here. Got it.
Yeah.
You had a silver cross to the downside. You haven't had one of those in a 4 hour since. I mean, it's been a year at least. That's pretty good.
I guess the party's over for SanDisk.
This reminds me of NVIDIA when it dropped and everybody was like, you don't want to buy that. I remember in 2022 when it went to like $300. Was it 300?
It's too overvalued.
And it was before, yeah. It's too overvalued, dude. It's never going to recover. And then people were comparing it to something in the 2000s in the dot-com bubble. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to fucking get in that. I wish I would have. It made way more money than anything else still. So I think SanDisk, because it's not like you don't need memory anymore. There hasn't been a new thing that has been completely invented or created for AI to like perform, right? So you need it. It is what it is. And then the entry you're saying would be at the EMA 100 area? On the 4-hour, sorry. Invalidations here. You're muted.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Right around there, and then the invalidation is that one, and then the target is the psychological $1,000 figure.
Yeah. Para SanDisk, vamos a ver esto. Rápido, un poco de... Para analizar esto un poco más de lejos. Lo voy a poner a 2 semanas. Hay muy pocos datos. Pueden ver que ha hecho un movimiento completamente vertical a la alza una vez que pasó esto aquí en septiembre del 2025. Básicamente lleva un año subiendo como pinche enfermo. Esto me recuerda mucho a Nvidia cuando subió. Que la gente decía, no, güey, incluyéndome a mí. No, güey, ya está muy caro cuando bajó a $300 o algo así en el 2020. Y ahora, recuerden que hicieron un split de la acción en Nvidia de 10 o un pedo así. Entonces, por eso cuando digo $300 no es el mismo número que ahorita estás por debajo de. Pero cuando bajó a, ponte tú ahorita serían $30. Cuando bajó eso, yo decía, no, güey, esto está muy caro. Y todo el mundo decía, no, es que en el 2000, el .com y la verga. Y verga lo que subió Nvidia, ¿no? Más que cualquier otra cosa. Y es un poco lo que yo creo va a pasar acá con SanDisk. ¿Por qué? Porque es memoria, güey, ¿no? Todavía necesitas toda esta memoria. No hay nada nuevo. No es que hayan cambiado los modelos de IA ni nada de eso. Entonces, solamente zonas interesantes para SanDisk. Puedes ver acá rápido donde ha cambiado de manos, ¿no? De 2 semanas a otra. Y aquí hay otra zona bastante importante para el precio de esta mamada. Justamente aquí, en los 600. Eso sería un regalo de Dios. Acercándonos más, puedes ver cómo después de nunca tocar el 21, literalmente no lo habías tocado desde el año pasado, veniste y lo tocaste ahorita. Y en la diaria, no sé por qué tengo, ya sé por qué tengo eso. En la diaria tienes una vela topera con instantánea confirmación, pero esto es muy volátil, esto es como Bitcoin en el pasado. Y ahorita estás en el promedio del 100 en el diario. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que tocaste el promedio del 100 en la línea roja en la diaria? Acá, el 25 de hace un año, cuando SanDisk costaba $40. ¡Qué puta locura! $40. Desde entonces tuviste un cruce plateado a la alza y ese fue el pompazo de toda tu vida que te llevó hasta acá. Ahora puede que tengas un cruce plateado a la baja, ¿no? Me gustaría ver que esto siga, pero me cuesta trabajo pensar que lo va a hacer a la primera que tocó el promedio del 100, pero nada es imposible. En la de 4 horas ya tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. No lo habías tenido nunca en SanDisk. Bueno, hace un año no lo habías tenido. En la de 4 horas, cabrón, así de fuerte está este pedo. ¿Qué es lo que esperarías simplemente viendo momentum charts y también tendencia, no? Alto, bajo, alto, bajo, alto, bajo. Ahorita estás ante un rebote. Después de ver este bajo, ¿qué es lo que tienes que poner? Un bajo más alto. ¿Dónde lo vas a poner? La idea, como puedes ver, es en la de 4 horas perdiste el promedio del 100. Y como habíamos dicho, el promedio del 100 no lo habías tocado desde acá, tío, en marzo del 2026, en una super caída. Acá ya lo caíste otra vez. Y aquí te lo deberías llevar de corbata otra vez. ¿Por qué? Porque está enseñándote más debilidad. Si en la primera vez de aquí atrás apenas si lo tocaste, ¿no? Y te fuiste para abajo por tantito. Acá ya cerraste 3 velas o 2 por debajo de, y la tercera fue la que te subió. Acá ya estás 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 velas por debajo. Esto es lo que vas a intentar hacer. Para tener una buena entrada, lo que quieres es paciencia. Quieres que esto rebote. Y esto es lo que siempre decimos. ¿Qué pasa cuando tienes un promedio como este? Que es tan especial, tan fuerte como el promedio de las 100 sesiones. Lo que haces es esperar el retesteo del promedio del 100 en esta zona. Puedes ver que aquí hay una resistencia chingona y aquí es donde vas a entrar, en el promedio del 100. Y tu invalidación, puedes usar este tope como invalidación. Alto, bajo, alto, y esa sería tu invalidación de acá. En los 1800, se trabó mi computadora, aquí, 1811. Y tu entrada lo más cerca al promedio del 100 posible. Pero aquí puedes poner una línea literalmente que se ve perfecta donde quedaría. Porque esta sería la zona de rechazo. Si pongo esta línea acá, puedes ver el porqué. SFP para arriba y vas para abajo. Esta es la línea de retesteo. En los 1632 a los 1650. Y tu invalidación está aquí arriba, en los 1811. Ahí lo tienes en SanDisk. Ahora, para una posición acá, yo lo estaría viendo en la semanal. Y en la semanal, tío, si toca el promedio del 34, ya te llevarías ese corto a los $1,000. Para mí, si llegas a tocar el promedio del 34, ya te están regalando algo que es... Ahí es donde a mí me interesaría entrar en SanDisk. Una vez más, no entro en estas porque no las conozco tanto y no puedo afirmarte nada, pero si no has tocado el 34 nunca, desde que pobló hace un año, me imaginaría yo que es una gran oportunidad, igual que el 21, pero el 34 pues, sería la oportunidad de oro. Ok, vamos con el petróleo. ¿Para qué quieres el pinche petróleo? Para un trade. Ok, oil for a trade.
Nice. Yeah, it is gearing up for a nice trade next week, in my opinion. And I'm actually looking to run possibly another bot even here. And we'll talk about the exact trade that I'm looking at for next week. So I don't want to be longing here, obviously. I mean, this was a very impressive green dildo this week, 13% up. But look what we're not really retesting. And it's kind of the same posturing what we had in March, which was a massive girthy green dildo to the upside on a closing basis, 35%. And we literally were in the same region talking about the same setup, which was into the new week. We want to watch a throwback. Any move back to the weekly SMA 200 is a long opportunity, in my opinion. So long as you do stay above that, that is just going to kind of guide you for more upside. You can notice once you actually close below it, we did actually lose it. And honestly, price did fall pretty nicely after losing it from SMA 200 down. It was about 10% from open to close here. It's about 3, and a wick basis 5% once you actually lost SMA 200. So it is still giving pretty big moves. Downward price action once it's lost, upward price action once it's reclaimed. We can just see that very clearly. So for the new week, you're not really looking to be shorting oil. That's too risky. You still have a minor gap here on 83.30. It absolutely still could go up a little bit, especially to start the new week, maybe take out new traders and then come down. I am watching for this weekly SMA 200 in confluence with $76 to be tested. So long as you do stay above $76, you are going to be more bullish on oil. We have to keep this same energy we had essentially in March, right here. We have to keep that energy now. We need to watch for a throwback. That throwback could literally lead oil back to $112. And you know, we'll at least get a range back to around $86 to 87. On a wick basis, this gave us about a 53% move, which is insane. Again, from our next target would be about 16%. So that's why I think it's worth really just kind of like not trading here on oil. Wait for next week. Upon next week's closure, you are going to get some kind of move. Even if the 21 gets reclaimed, you would want to start taking out aggressive longs here. So it'd be a very easy place to do it. And also, oil is very predatory. It loves to be as fucky as possible. And really, we want to be watching that carefully. Every time you stay above the SMA 200 and you retest it, it does lead to upside. Now, you didn't immediately get the retest here, which is okay. Because for us, if you end up reclaiming back above 86, that's when we'll start taking that oil long to 112. This is actually the exact setup ETA had a few weeks ago, actually, which played out quite nice. So no FOMO on oil. If you're looking for a trade, you're watching for a long trigger around $70 to $76. You're watching your weekly 5, your weekly SMA 200, your weekly 100, along with the meme line here. Major resistance meme line possibly flipped into support around $76.33. So you're looking along $76 to $74, as long as you're not really taking out this week's low at $72. I'm not really looking at the change here, just $72 flat. That way we can actually get a little under it, because I'm sure many are going to have their stop loss under this candle. So a little under it actually would be wise, around 72. You're looking to take this trade to around 86. Once you get the reclaim, you can long up to around 112. And it's the same criteria we had here. We longed up, we went to 112, we didn't get any reclaim, we came down, we lost 86, we broke down. So it's oil still actually playing nice in this range, but that's why I'd be just focused on that weekly trade right into the 74, 76. Real fast, look at the daily. Maybe there's some confluence to that. And yeah, you have daily SMA 200 right there. So what you could be doing now is you're range bound between the 100 and the SMA 200. This gives you the next higher low, where before, you can't really do that. You're in higher high posturing. And here's your bullish price structure before the breakout to 80s. So hopefully that makes sense. We'll have $72 as your stop loss. And really start looking to long 76 to 74. Into next week, I am going to be posting. As soon as this weekly closes, I'm going to get the bots ready to actually have an oil long, along with an ETA trigger. I think oil can be a pretty easy trade as long as $76 holds. So we'll just keep you watching that carefully, because oil is honestly pretty volatile. So it's nice to trade.
Yeah. It's what Bitcoin's not doing right now. Bad Bitcoin, no! If I had a newspaper, I'd hit it with it. For you, Mr. Farhano, believe it or not, SpaceX for a trade.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, wonderful. We're going to space.
And aside from a trade, a little word of when do you think it'll be a good time to long? Because that's what also another question within. So just look at SpaceX and then you'll tell me. I'd say when you see people telling Elon Musk that it's a fraud, that he was a scam, that's when you long it, right? But that's just me.
It's when everyone says that Elon dumped on us.
There you go. Fucking isn't the stock market fucking amazing? It's so easy.
Incredible.
Yeah, really.
It's so fucking incredible.
You had all the dumbest people buying SpaceX. That's really what was guiding me on that 1 to 2 hour short trade we gave. We had like Logan Paul flexing his buys on SpaceX, Jake Paul as well. I'm just like, oh man, Kathy Wood.
Were they really?
Cardone. Yeah, Jake Paul said he put I don't know, a lot of money in the IPO, and he's happy he's gonna hold it. Just seems so obvious, honestly.
What makes you say that? Jake Paul is a phenomenal trader.
It's true.
Everybody knows that. Though. Just like Andrew Tate.
Kathy Wood's even buying this dip. So maybe it's
so there's a lot more downside to go.
And what you mentioned a good point. Like the market cap's 1.67 trillion. Like let's just take off like $1 trillion, maybe 800 billion, and that could be better. I don't know how it's worth 1.67 trillion.
It's not. It's just retarded. That's it. Period.
Makes sense.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Ok, vamos a ver rápido el petróleo. ¿Dónde hay un trade para el petróleo? El petróleo estás un poco fuera porque hace este tipo de gatadas. Lo estamos viendo en la semanal para quitarle un poco de ruido. La línea rosa es la línea importante porque por encima es alcista el pedo, por debajo es bajista. Lo pueden ver acá. Aquí habíamos perdido en julio del 2024 el S&P 200 y eso nos llevó para abajo a estos mínimos locales. Pero una vez que lo habíamos recuperado en enero del 2021, reventamos a máximos históricos. La cosa es, en ese entonces nunca venimos e hicimos lo que acabamos de hacer. No venimos a hacer un SFP de los máximos, simplemente continuamos para arriba en ese entonces. Y ahorita, normalmente cuando tienes un SFP a la baja, si es que esto es el SFP y no esto, y ahí es donde tienen ustedes que estudiar lo que han aprendido aquí, esto te debería dar un resorte gigantesco a la alza. Enorme, que probablemente o doble techo en el pecho o muy cerca o por encima de. Así que atentos a este cierre. Por ahora, has visto que el petróleo ya se movió 21% a la alza. El petróleo es un hijo de su putísima madre. Y por ahora está simplemente en esta zona de acá. Yo creo que en la diaria lo puedes usar igual que en la semanal, porque es donde está en el mismo pinche lugar. Una vez reventado el S&P 200 semanal, no lo veniste a retestear otra vez. Vas a tener que ser paciente, porque en la diaria ya lo retesteaste, pero en la semanal todavía no. ven a retestear los $74 y aquí es donde vas a querer hacer un long. No vas a querer usar estos 72 planos como tu stop loss. ¿Por qué? Porque esta chingadera es predatoria como la isla de Epstein. Y lo que va a hacer es a huevo sacar a todo el mundo que se meta por aquí. Entonces vas a querer tragarte un poco más los huevos y poner tu stop loss más o menos por acá. Ahorita no hay trade. No está retesteando nada, está simplemente por encima de todo o por debajo de en la diaria, ¿no? Debajo del 21, debajo del 100 en la diaria y el 55. Y el 55 y el 100 ya cruzaron para abajo. Esto quiere decir que mínimo vas a tener un throwback a los 77, mínimo. Y si no, como hemos dicho, por ahí de los 74, 75, que es donde está el S&P 200 en la semanal y en la diaria. Y ahí vámonos para arriba. De nuevo, tal vez no quieras usar esto como invalidación. Ten cuidado con tu invalidación. El petróleo es muy volátil, un hijo de puta y literalmente una de las peores personas que conozco, ¿no? Vamos a ver SpaceX. Les voy a decir, para todos los que se preguntan, ¿no? Porque aquí tengo yo y no he cambiado mis zonas de compra en SpaceX. Y se los digo de corazón, me interesa más o menos por acá, pero más de eso, puedo tener todas mis zonas de compra y estoy listo, mis zonas de interesantes, de interés. Lo que yo diría rápido con SpaceX es, ¿cuándo compras esta mamada? Lo primero que voy a ver es la evaluación. No tiene sentido alguno que tenga la evaluación que tiene. Ninguno. No tiene sentido que esté haciendo una quinta parte de lo que hace Tesla y valga el doble o más que Tesla. No importa lo que digan, que todo el mundo sale y todo el mundo está contentísimo con Elon Musk. ¿Cuándo quieres comprar SpaceX o cualquier empresa en la gran, así en dicho en voz alta y a largo plazo? Cuando todo el mundo diga que fue una estafa. Cuando veas a todo el mundo quejándose en X y diciendo que fue una estafa es cuando lo compras. Y eso todavía no está aquí. Ready for SpaceX, Mr. Farhano.
Alrighty. Let's share my screen.
SPCX.
SPCX. Alrighty.
It's for a trade.
63, 681. All right, and they also want the investment also, or just a trade?
No, just for a trade. The buying where there's no support. Like you're in price discovery mode, right? Unless you want to pull that out of your ass.
Yeah. So otherwise, it's just straight up gambling. If I were to.
That's straight up. That's what it is, right? You're better. Like people are better off just waiting for people calling Elon Musk a scammer, and that's when you buy it. That's what I was telling them.
All right. And so this is just in the free fall currently. It's took out the IPO lows. You've lost 38.2%. Kind of looks like you're going to fill out this wick here and tap 78.6% right now, which is at around $118. Momentum is about to retest the edge of the bearish control zone. Any divergence? There's some bullish divergence in between these 2 points because there is still a higher low on momentum, but you need to get a close back over $143.17 to confirm it, which is a little unlikely as of now. I do like to see that we have swept the IPO price. 12 hours also rejecting the edge of the bearish control zone with volatility expanding. 12-hour does have a God mode buy signal here. We just need to get put in a local bottom for this to be actionable. And you need to put in a local bottom, you're gonna have to get a close over $127.90, and then you should see a move into somewhere around like 130 to 133 bucks. 4 hours also flipping up a momentum with volatility going into contraction. 4 hour is giving us a neutral signal as well on the jewel. 4 hour needs a local bottom with a close over 127.90, and then that'll give us that move into like 130 to 132. 2 hour also flipped up, also looking like we're going to get that move towards at least 127, and then that'll make it possible to put in that local bottom. I wouldn't want to touch this thing for long-term investments as long as it's closing daily basis below like 167 bucks. Let's check RSI. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. SPCX, but it's the same price. Oh, this one doesn't have as much data. So maybe I should look at the perpetual one because it has more data.
Oh.
In the critical zone, not really much you can do with that. The critical zone is at 129, about 130 if you were to come and retest it. Same thing on the daily. Running into some possibility of bullish divergence here. You need to close over 127.90 to confirm it. Then you get to move into 143. Hourly's already got the bullish divergence, gives you a target towards 128, which will then make it easier to confirm your 4-hour bullish or eight, I believe it was 8-hour, 8-hour bullish divergence, and then that brings you into 140s. I'm not really seeing much of a trade here though. These are all just like if you were to take this long, it's peanuts, and then the risk is pretty huge if, when you put in the next lower high. And I guess if you wanted to short it at 140s, that would be around, it was your 100? Yeah, right around your 100. So that does give you a little bit of a pretty tight invalidation for at this wick high here. But it's not a good setup. I'm going to be honest with you. 2.5% versus retesting these lows around 15 to 16%. Although you are risking getting what do you call it, stopped out of this one because it's already so punished. A little bit of a bounce could just put in a lower high and just take out this previous wick high. And then if you're using a different wick high, then your risk is open too much and your risk reward is just not there. I would say this one is more of a no trade thing, but if you absolutely must have to take a trade, then I guess you could short it at 140 and you could use not this one, but this one as your stop at 145. If you've gone ahead and you need to take a trade or you're going to die in the next minute.
That's a great way of putting it. Thank you, sir. SpaceX, para empezar, como siempre les digo, encontrar un fondo no es divertido, no es padre. Y vieron lo que ocurrió en Lucid, justamente. Solamente voy a regresar un poco a esto, porque esto, un cierre por acá, confirmas tus divergencias alcistas en la semanal, en la de 2 semanas, etcétera, tíos. O sea, esto es una mamada lo que hicieron. Una mamada. Entonces vas a ir a SpaceX a buscar el fondo, ¿no? ¿Has visto cuánto caen este tipo de IPOs al principio? Lo mejor y lo único que puedes hacer en este punto es esperar a ver cuando le empiecen a decir a Elon Musk que es un nazi, que es un pinche estafador y que SpaceX nunca va a lograr nada. Y cuando veas que la gente se está burlando de él en la tele y en grande, no en poquito, ahorita hay varios pinches habladores en X. Uno de los peores inversionistas que conozco en mi vida, que él literalmente me dice cuándo vender y comprar Rivian, cuando está emocionado vender y cuando está enojado comprar, literalmente. Y el güey se las da como si fuera un pinche crack. Ese güey odia a Elon Musk. Y ahorita que bajó está también cagándose en él. Tío, esto no es nada. Nada. Compraste el IPO, ¿no? En lo que todo el mundo se burla de la gente que lo compró. Solamente estás abajo que 15%. ¿No? Esto, a invertir, no te metes hasta que le digan a Elon Musk que es un nazi o que en la tele tiene que salir las peores noticias de tu puta vida de esto. Hasta entonces no te metes. ¿No lo quieren creer? Jueguenle al vergas. Del otro lado, trades. Pues, güey, ¿qué va a hacer? Un long con una invalidación aquí abajo. ¿Cuánto es eso? Una invalidación de 3%. Y un corto tendrías que invalidarlo aquí arriba en 9%. En la de 4 horas, ¿no? Que te da más velas. Es lo mismo, tío. No hay... estás en medio de un trade, estás en una tendencia bajista, no te ha confirmado nada que estás viendo ya el suelo, nada. Ni siquiera esto, ¿no? La de una hora tampoco. No hay un trade aquí. No te quieres meter acá, entrar en long y decir, güey, a huevo, voy a invalidarlo. Puedes invalidarlo acá, pero güey, si te lleva tu 4%, te lleva tu 4% y vas a perder eso. Con un 10X esto es un chingo. Es demasiado riesgo para decir que aquí hay un trade todavía. Lo que querrías hacer es ver esto subir una vez más a esta zona. Esta zona en los 148, 150 dólares y usar esto de invalidación, aunque esto es una gatada y probablemente lo suba. Pero aquí tienes un excelente argumento para hacerle corto. Y un corto cabrón. Porque cuando venga a retestear los mínimos, todo el mundo se le va a parar y decir, güey, ya estamos otra vez de vuelta. Y aquí es donde se va a ir a la verga. Donde estás ahorita no hay un trade. No ha marcado un fondo, puede continuar a la baja. No quieres meter las manos en lo que te estás cayendo. Eso es básicamente todo en SpaceX. No hay tanta ciencia detrás de esto. All right, Alex, we got one for you. EOSE for investing.
EOSE. All right.
EOS Energy Enterprise. Oh, boy.
All right, let's take a look.
Oh, actually. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see here. So for investing, let's just see kind of where we're at. Haven't looked at this in a while. Okay. So we did hit the weekly SMA 200, but you can see we did close below it. We're just currently under it. And that doesn't mean we can't get a reclaim. We absolutely could. And that would then be your first easy point of kind of an investing thesis, SFP here. Last SFP led to a major move up, investment on the weekly SMA 200. But let's kind of see if we have any other clear picture. So monthly is in lower low break. So any move up from that point, like if the weekly did SFP, the SMA 200 deviated back above, could just lead to a monthly lower high. That's why investing in this lower range on the monthly is a lot harder. You really, as a trader and as a bull, need that weekly to kind of repair this. Because what's the idea on the monthly? A mean line after it got hit, and this should be the bottom, April low. Chart shouldn't, stocks are hoping they don't go to the April low. That's not a good sign. Yeah, well, I guess the point is the lower low break can now finally maybe move up. But even bi-weekly here, you see you're about to lose $5, which isn't a good sign. That is a range breakdown, and the next target would be $3.37. So you could talk about April's low, and that could be the easy investment spot if weekly SMA 200 doesn't get reclaimed. Notice so that really this is the hopium here. The weekly SMA 200, if not, it just becomes a dead chart. You have no support on the monthly, bi-weekly, quarterly, just a weekly. And to put it bluntly, that's already lost support. So last week you basically already lost it or opened below it. You're about to confirm a close under it. So you actually this week open below it. You're going to close under it is a proper way to say it. So if you do end up closing below it, I'd be watching for $3.37. You're essentially looking for April's low to get tested and hold. So it doesn't mean we can't test around April's low, go to around $3.37. But as long as you're not taking out this low, that's kind of your big idea for an investing. You just kind of want this to hold. And why am I giving an invalidation for an investment? Well, I just think it's proper, but also look at the big drop down. If you don't hold that, you're going to go down to $1.27, which is terrible if it's at $4 right now. And that is legitimately the potential. Look at every time you've rejected $3.37. What did this one do, which was a failure? Well, it still took you down to $2. Here took you down $1.50. 1 week took you down actually to $1.27. So I guess this was the only failure. And this still took you down to $2. So the failure still took you down to $2, to put it bluntly. So in investing, where will I invest on EOS? Well, again, like I mentioned, you can either be patient, watch weekly SMA 200. If you get a reclaim, that is a place to invest and start looking for that to hold and get expansion. you'll be fully aware macro trend is down. So with this reclaiming, you're hoping for your investment that this is going to be the start of the bullish momentum possibly forming, which will take a lot of time, but maybe even shift the macro up. You have seen big rallies off this weekly SMA 200, especially after deviations, but we really haven't seen it like moves down from it. So that's why you want to be a little cautious here. $3.37 will be your other big zone. So this week, today, if you don't close above it, okay, then now it's resistance. Watch for a move down to $3.37. That's your kind of last stand to be an investor here. Until then, you're cutting all your investments, in my opinion, and waiting for like $1.20, where you're just looking at like the low of this chart. And we can probably just see what the HPDR is saying. Let's see. Yeah, and look at that. It's like at the 100% in that $1 region. So not the best. And this has gone to the 100% before. So hopefully that makes sense. This is a terrible chart. I get potential on wanting to invest on the weekly if it gets the reclaim. But then like if it does end up going back to $5, like good trade, honestly. It's a good trade right here. It's 12% up, but you're just in that macro lower low. Let's see real fast the lower highs here. So bounced after lower low. Lower high was 65%. It's not bad at all. Last major lower high was 122%. These are just from the wick lows to wick highs. So you're not getting any correlation, rather than it's just big moves on the lower highs. You have been rejecting. Your last lower high was off the 9. So we could say if that, weekly SMA 200 actually holds and you bounce, you could get a 69% move for the culture, taking you closer to that $7.20 region. But in all honesty, this is looking like a bad chart. I would be really watching the weekly to guide you. And if this doesn't reclaim today, watch for lower $3 and be focused on April's low. And understand if you take April's low out, this is probably going to start capitulating down. The only way from that point to go bull on this chart is for the weekly SMA 200 to get reclaimed. So you can see why that's a big spot now, testing it and it closing today. So.
Thank you, senor. PKG for investment, Farhano.
Alrighty.
Esta mamada, para que lo tengan bastante presentes en la mente, es bastante difícil decir que esta tabla se ve bien. Cuando ves una tabla así, que está en una tendencia bajista, macro, mega bajista, después de que hayas tenido esto, porque muchos de ustedes verán esto, ¿no? Altos, altos más bajos, pum, todo esto, y luego dirán, pero güey, está haciendo altos, altos más altos acá. Sí, pero acá ya hizo un alto más bajo y otro alto más bajo. Entonces, esto se está repitiendo acá, ¿ok? Y acá tienes varias oportunidades de decir qué es lo que vas a hacer. Hablando técnicamente, es sencillo entender que pierdes este nivel, ¿cuál va a ser tu siguiente zona? Los $2 y de ahí el 1.27. El pedo es, si vuelves a regresar ahí, ¿qué te detiene de hacer un nuevo mínimo? ¿No? Este tipo de gráfico, lo que yo haría, si estuviera interesado en él, es retoma el promedio del 200. Punto. Retomas el promedio del 200 en la semanal con 2, 3 cierres buenos aquí arriba. Vámonos, güey. Porque si no, ve lo que estás haciendo. Un alto más bajo acá, después de este bajo, y ahora que sigue, un bajo más bajo. Y ponte tú que acá lo hayas encontrado. Y esto vuelva a subir al promedio del 9 porque tienes un cruce plateado. Ahí vas a hacer un alto más bajo para hacer un bajo más bajo. Y la primera zona de oportunidad son los 3.44. La segunda zona de oportunidad son los $2. ¿Por qué los $2? Porque esta fue la zona de resistencia que después se volvió soporte para empezar el movimiento a la alza. Y la última, sencillamente, fue toda la zona que fue rechazada. todo noviembre del 2023 hasta julio del 2024, que fue la primera zona a reventar. Y ojo, pierdes el 1.27, va a ser un nuevo mínimo en total. Y eso está en centavos. Entonces, la apuesta más segura en esto, de más allá de olvídate de números técnicos y lo que estés viendo, porque también quieres salirte, en lo que quieras invertir, quieres salirte lo más rápido posible, ¿no? Y el pedo de esto es, si no retomas el promedio del 200 para irte para arriba, vas a estar abajo un rato, cabrón. Peleándote acá, que dónde y qué nivel. Te doy los niveles porque los quieres. 3.44 es el primero, 2 y luego 1.27. Y ya de ahí, el mínimo en 70 centavos y ya de ahí, pues, nuevo mínimo. Pero es una pérdida gigantesca si se llega a dar. La apuesta más segura es solamente esperarte a ver si te retoma el S&P 200 semanal. Lo retomas, ya chingaste, güey. Porque ya de acá puede que te dé otro movimiento bastante fuerte a la alza. Puede que se lleve este alto. Pero al mismo tiempo, esto tiene más cara de que está cocinado que ¿cómo se dice? Que no. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo en la caída, tío. En la semanal. Volatilidad contrayendo después de que había expandido. Si contrayendo te está llevando para abajo, pues esto va a seguir contrayendo y llevarte más para abajo. Pero pues ahí lo tienes, en la semanal, tu S&P 200 sería la clave y si no, tienes los 3.44, los 2 y el 1.27. Vamos a ver esta otra que es PKG. ¿Qué vergas es PKG? Packaging Corporation of America.
My bad, I was swallowing down my breakfast. Let me get a sip of this Coke Zero. Alrighty. Quarterly should be good. All right. Actually, 6 month actually. 6 month is now getting the breakout over the 38.2% with momentum now and freshly entering into the bullish control zone. You are putting in some massive bearish divergence possibility here. Excuse me. Although it's a little difficult to confirm as of now, you will have to close below this candle's low, which is at $172.72. But as you continue going on, this is going to be easier and easier to confirm. As long as you don't take out this momentum high, which we are a good amount away from taking out so far, and giving us that close over the 38.2% would give us a target of the 78.6, but you would have a target of retesting and connecting this 38.2% at first. Maybe a little bit lower to connect with the 5 EMA. That gives you a range between around $220 and like $215, somewhere in that region. And as long as you are closing over this 38.2% on a monthly closing, 6 month closing basis, you would eventually have that target of sitting somewhere around $300. And still got a buy signal on the jewel. The quarterly is currently flipped down with the volatility expanding. Quarterly is now losing the sell signal on the jewel, and you've got a close it within the 38.2% range. You opened below it, but in the previous one you did close within it. And now you've gotten a little front runner of the 5 EMA around $220. If you were to go a little lower, it brings you closer to that to the 9, which is the 6 month 5 EMA, close to the quarterly 9. And from there, you should see at least another reattempt at this 38.2%. And with 6 month getting the closure over the 38.2%, I do think the quarterly is going to break into it. Let's go into monthly. Okay, monthly is closed over the median, and we did get a little bit of a move down. The median is right around $220. So that gives you that support range between that and the 38.2% is at 210. So it gives you that range between $220 and $210. Okie dokie. To 2 week. 2 week got that moved down to tap 38.2% with momentum flipped up. 2 week Jules giving you a buy signal, and you're still holding over this 38.2%. As long as you're holding over the 38.2%, makes me think that 220 level is going to be closer to the bottom. Weekly is also very close to another breakout above the 38.2%. Weekly is also close to a bullish cross here with the think about to cross over the yellow. If you do close over $233, that's what gives you your move into about 250, and then that's what takes you back to these highs. And then once you get a weekly close over this high, it takes you to $300. 5 day, same look as the weekly. Come on. 2 days agreeing with the pullback from here with the rejection of the 38.2%. That would bring you down to somewhere around $220. And at that point, I do think you're going to sweep this low and probably sweep that low and come down to this 200 SMA around that $210 level. And that gives you a better entry for your longer term position, because that $210 brings you down towards the I believe it's the 5 on the quarterly, the 6 month, and then your stop would be at this wick low here, and this is at right around actually use this one right around $190-ish. Your stop is, because this one I think is going to be a little obvious, around 9% against you versus at $300, but based off of the 6 month chart. I gotta zoom out because it's so much gains. Oh, it's over 40% in your favor, based off of that 6 month 78.6%. And daily is now tapped the 78.6, giving you your pullback. And if you do close back below $229, that's what's going to give you that move into 210. Four-hour as well, looking like a pullback here, very close to a bearish engulfing dildo. That will give you a target towards 220 for a little bounce, and then I think you're going to come down towards 210. Let's check the RSI. Let me go back for a second to HPDR. What was the 6 month? 250 and then 300, right? I forgot 61.8 was. Let me zoom in on this. You got some hidden bullish divergence possible here. This is going to require a close over all-time highs to confirm at about 250, and that will give you a move into $300. Nice. Month quarterly's got hidden bullish divergence, gives you a target of 325 with support at 220 to 200. Monthly's got hidden bullish divergence, supports at 220. Next target is 333. 2 weeks got hidden bullish divergence, supports at 211. Oh, lines up beautifully with the 5. And next target is around 350. Weekly's got a local top, gives you a target down to 206. 5 days got bearish divergence, gives you a target of 203. Three days got a local top, gives you a target of 212. 2 days got hidden bullish divergence. You've basically hit the easy target, which is the bullish control zone at 230. You did hit it because the high of this candle is at 237, and you got support at 219. Daily, about to invalidate the hidden bullish divergence. You got a target towards $200. And 4 hours also got hidden bullish divergence, and you got support at 215. So the idea right now is wait for to get this pullback. Otherwise, I would personally sit out on this move. But it does look like multiple time frames are giving you the same idea that you're going to come down to somewhere around that 210 to $200 zone. Lines up with the 6 month 38.2%, but you would have a target based off that 6 month of closing over that, since you did close over the 38.2%, to then take you towards the 78.6 with the stop at the 61.8, which is at 250, and the 78.6 is at 300. And you also have a lot of divergences that also line up with those numbers, and you have a lot of RSI support zones right around that low $200 zone, put you at that psychological figure, and it also gets you a lot closer to your stop loss right here at around $190-ish. What number is exactly? $191, $190, puts it at 9% against you. And if you were to take it to that $300 zone, that's like 40% in your favor. So if you don't get that move to $200 or $210, I would just sit out.
Yeah, never chase these fucking pumpers. Alrighty, we're all done. Aside from lucid mega pumping and fucking everyone that sold because they were scared, anything you've always liked to say before you go?
Not for me.
Nothing on my end. Just watch 65K, 62.2, and the trading alerts. I'll update them for Monday.
Alrighty, boys. Well, thank you. Enjoy your weekend. Have a good one.
Yeah, you as well.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, cabrón.
Viva España.
Viva España.
Let's go.
Opposite of, oh no, I remember the word. Muerte Argentina. I forget the word for a second.
Oh my God. Have a good one.
Peace out, boys.
¿Ven lo que le han hecho de la propaganda a Farhan? No. A mí, honestamente, Messi, qué pinche nivel. Pero yo, obviamente, quiero que España gane, solamente porque soy español de, ¿cómo se dice? Por inyección al revés, porque mi mujer es española. Porque habría gran fiesta en la casa del papá. Güey, ¡qué pump! ¡Qué pump de Lucid! 720. De corazón, espero que ninguno de ustedes se haya salido, que les hayan hecho eso. ¿Qué tienes acá? Un doble techo en el pecho con un alto más bajo, pero ve lo fuerte que está esta tabla, tío. Estás viendo una trimestral. Literalmente la única vez que has cerrado por debajo del promedio del 34, la línea blanca, es en el 2008. Después acá, en el 2016, apenas lo tocaste. Más debilidad en el 2020 con COVID, pero de ahí no lo has vuelto a tocar jamás. Viniste al 21, en el 2022, al final del mercado bajista, y desde entonces no lo has vuelto a tocar. El 22 está en 180. Puede que estés en una tendencia bajista, pero si te quieres meter en esto, la zona va a ser justamente acá. Aquí. En el promedio del 9, en los 211, donde está aquí, hasta esta zona de los 200. Esta sería tu cajita. Y esta deberías de tener dos entradas listas. Y la segunda si llegas a tocar el 21. La última vez que lo tocaste fue el 2022. Se ve casi imposible. Pero fuera de eso, si no llegas aquí abajo y no te da el retroceso para irte para arriba y ya simplemente se va, pues, ¿qué tanto puede también subir, no? Ahora sí, nunca sabes, porque puede ser como Nvidia y estas cosas. Pero cada retroceso que tiene significante, los primeros eran de 45% y los últimos eran de 30%. Y ya acá te dio un retroceso de 30%. Entonces, un retroceso de 30% literalmente es aquí abajo, en los 170, 180. Se ve muy alcista, pero también no se mueve mucho. 126%. Cuando ves esos pompazos, vamos a ver acá. Es en promedio como 120%. Entonces, ¿cuál sería tu máximo acá? Si estás viendo eso más o menos. Para lograr eso tendrías que venir a casi $400 otra vez. Y va como en una... Va llevándose la leve, ¿eh? No va como un pinche cohete. Así que 210 a 200 sería tu primera descarga del clip, segunda en el promedio del 21 en la trimestral. Punto. Y ya de ahí, pues, para arriba. Si no baja, no compres en lo que va subiendo, tío. Es un error grande. Perdón, déjenme ver esta delicia. En la de 2 semanas. Qué puta locura. De verdad, qué locura. Qué gatadas. Aquí vi a alguien dijo que no pudo comprar en Robinhood, pero en otra aplicación sí pudiste comprar. Felicidades, mi estimado. ¿En cuál pudiste comprar? Aquí pone. Bank of America sí te dejó comprar vientos. Vientos. Me da muchísimo gusto. Básicamente nos dio tiempo para eso. ¿Quieres ver gas natural para un trade, tío? ¿Estás loco? Está jugando puras mamadas. Y además ve dónde estás parado, o sea, ve esto. Cruce plateada a la baja. Aquí el gas natural tiene cara que va a caer más. Y aparte ve tus invalidaciones, ¿no? Como siempre, por supuesto. A la baja, 3.21% en el mejor caso. Y a la alza, un 80%. Pero ya te llevaste parte del movimiento. Esto, normalmente el gas natural es este tipo de gatadas. Vamos a ver si el HPDR nos da algo. Según el HPDR tienes más chances para arriba, pero ve cuánto tiempo se ha quedado aquí. Este pump de volatilidad te lo dio a la baja, o sea, este movimiento a la baja, y el irse de lado te está llevando de lado acá. En lo que el RSI te dio una ligera divergencia alcista, pero por nada. Y lo que tienes que hacer para confirmar es pasarte por encima de este tope, que es donde está el promedio del 9, donde está el cruce plateado y a la baja. Eso es el gas natural, ¿no? Porque aparte vas a ver gas natural, te vas a meter a UNG, vamos a ver qué tan difícil está el trade en una de estas madres. Por supuesto. Y tienes acá un gap acá arriba, ¿no? Oh, sí, cómo no. Acá tienes una divergencia mucho más grande alcista, pero tienes este movimiento a la baja mucho más fuerte con la volatilidad en la diaria. Semanal es un rechazo de la parte baja de la zona azul para llevarte para abajo. Es más bajista que alcista este pedo. Tienes solo la posibilidad de la divergencia alcista, no tienes la divergencia alcista. Yo diría que cualquier retesteo del promedio del 9, espérate a ver en la diaria. Tu promedio del 9 acá viene bajando, tío. Cuando veas que estás cerca o tocando el promedio del 9, la cosa sería perfecta si estás debajo del alto de esta vela. Lo puedes invalidar con el rechazo y vámonos para abajo. Eso sería perfecto. Lo más cerca posible aquí. Esa sería la idea. Y acá tienes un gap que es una puta desgracia. Porque eso quiere decir que entonces si va a hacer eso, va a hacer esto para después caer. Y así no lo puedes invalidar y te va a dejar este gap como anzuelo. Es una gatada el gas natural. Una puta gatada. Pero esta sería una buena opción si quieres tomar un trade por tomar un trade, que no creo que valga la pena en gas natural. No se ve claro. Tiene más cara que es bajista. Yo esperaría el retesteo del cruce plateado a la baja. Es en lo que me enfocaría. Y mi invalidación, pues es lo que va a estar difícil, porque aunque tu invalidación sea clara ahorita, no sabemos cuándo va a tocar esto y si va a cerrar el gap o no en los 10.80. Pone Cristian, ya valió lo de Circle Group, va a tocar holdear mínimo por un año. Visa, Mastercard, Stripe, BlackRock y Coinbase se han unido para agarrar parte del pastel en OUSD. Cristian, si no entiendes Circle, no compre Circle. si no entiendes lo que es esa noticia, donde Coinbase mismo se va a disparar en el pito teniendo la dominancia de Circle, no compre Circle. No conviene, mi estimado. Si no, voy a sacar BlackRock una moneda, porque tú usas BlackRock todo el tiempo, ¿no? Para transaccionar. Ah. Vale, pues ahí la vamos a dejar, mis estimados. Vamos a ver cómo nos va esta semana que viene con las tablas. Bitcoin se está regresando para arriba. También es que abrieron todo muy negativo, tío. Te digo, te están tirando la noticia que Donald Trump y que te va a violar en la noche cuando pueda y no sé qué. ¿Qué es esto? No me llama la... No, me gusta este mercado para comprar oportunidades, ¿no? Y es lo que estaría yo enfocado en, si soy ustedes. Habían preguntado que si me gusta Meta. Personalmente no me voy a meter en Meta, ¿no? Pero Meta no se ve tan jodido. Simplemente lo que tiene Meta es que no ha caído, no ha hecho un alto histórico desde agosto, hace un año. Y está acá, simplemente consolidando. Tienes que, bajo. No hay nada como alcista o bajista en Meta. Y es justo lo que te está enseñando la tabla. Si voy a acumular Meta, yo siempre hago esto, simplemente lo que les digo. La caída más grande de Meta ha sido esta en 77%. ¿Qué tan abajo ha llegado ahorita? 34%. ¿Dónde estás? 18%. No, yo ahorita no compraría Meta. Cuando Meta corrija algo como este pedo, ¿no? 30% vale la pena. ¿Esta fue la del 2020? Sí. En el 2020 Meta cayó ¿cuánto? 30%. Esta caída grande que tuvo, 40%. 30-40% es cuando vale la pena. Yo creo que si tienen paciencia y se lo dan, porque toma bastante tiempo, que venga en la semanal a retestear tu promedio del 200, comprar en el promedio del 200 o abajo en cualquier cosa semanal, es lo mejor que puedes hacer. Lo mejor que puedes hacer. Digo, mi vieja. No hay nada más interesante. Se está como recuperando todo después de esta gatada de no van a atacar a los chinos, esos chinos de mierda, ¿no? Pinche Donald Trump. Lo que me zurra los huevos es que sigue haciendo esto lo mismo. Circle, Coinbase, todo aquí abajo. Strategy, aquí abajo. Bueno, 95, ¿no? En lo que Bitcoin regresa a repompear el fin de semana. Pompea, se va para arriba y nunca ves tus números subir. Y luego abre el lunes y otra vez en la mierda. Y luego abre el lunes en la mañana en la mierda, se queda todo el día en la mierda. Cuando cierra la bolsa, sube. Es una gatada. Una absoluta gatada. Ve Ethereum, qué bonito. Sí, pues vamos a ver qué sea. Vamos a seguir la historia acá también de Lucid, que ha estado muy divertida. Y pues esto para muchos, esto a mí me dice, vimos el fondo. Vimos el fondo. Qué hijos de puta, pero vimos el fondo. Nunca me hubiera imaginado que hubiéramos podido comprar en $2-3. Se mamaron. Se mega mamaron. Ahí lo tienen. Nos vemos el lunes. Sí. Posiblemente este fin de semana les suba algo, pero a ver si me lo tienen listo. Si no, no lo voy a subir. Les mando un abrazo, pórtense bien y muchísimas gracias por venir al casino del Tío Salo. Nos vemos en la próxima.